Sir.
Okay. I'm going to start, Mr. Macias.
Go ahead.
This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. And I'll note that our devices are out of order today, so we're going to do roll call votes on all of our decisions today and roll call attendance. So, Mr. Macias?
Present.
Thank you. Ms. Knoyer?
Present.
Ms. King?
Shatanya King, present.
And Ms. Eaton?
Deborah Eaton, present.
And I'm Jennifer Rodriguez, and I'm president, and to my left is our superintendent of schools, Dr. Milton Fields.
Good evening.
Thank you. All right, and we'll move on to our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance.
If we could all please rise. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you once again saying thank you for another opportunity to do what's right for the students of Judson Independent School District. God, as we move forward, we would ask that you guide us, guide our board, guide our new members coming onto the board to do what's best in the interest of the students. All these things we ask and pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors presented by the Wagner High School National Color Guard Team, led by Chief Michael Good, Sergeant First Class Wayne Harper, and Master Sergeant Joseph Dudley. Today's color guard is commanded by Cadet Captain Leilani Rodriguez, who is carrying the U.S. flag. Right guard for the U.S. flag is Cadet Captain Joanna Thompson. The Texas flag is being carried by Cadet Sergeant Kayla Sines. Left guard for the Texas flag is Cadet Corporal Jasmine Ramirez. Our pledge leader this evening. Our pledge leader this evening is Juan Ortega. Juan is a 5th grade student from Crestview Elementary. He has been a student at Crestview since he started school in kindergarten. He is kind and always respectful to his teachers and friends. He is a true example of hard work and commitment. On the weekends, Juan enjoys playing basketball and spending time with his family. Thank you for leading our pledges.
I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one invisible.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I honor the,
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. You may be seated. I would like for us to thank Juan again for leading our pledges. He is accompanied by his family, his mom who teaches here at Judson, his father that also works for Judson, and his sisters who also attend schools in Judson. Thank you so much, Juan. He also has Ms. Garza, his assistant principal here, who is very proud of him representing Crestview. Thank you. I'd also like to ask our Wagner High School Color Guard team to come back up and take a picture. And I would like to recognize that these ladies are part of the national team. They placed 4th overall in the nation recently, and I think you can see why that was. So we thank you so much for your hard work and representing our district, and thank you to your instructors as well. One more big round of applause for our Wagner High School National Color Guard team. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have a few recognitions this evening. Our first recognition, I would like to introduce to you some of our student athletes for track and field. If you guys come on in. So let them get settled, and we're very proud of these ladies here. You know, athletes who participate in track and field show incredible commitment to personal, individual growth. They battle themselves to beat personal records, and they become hyper-focused on strength, speed, flexibility, coordination, and endurance. The ladies that we are recognizing today do not lack on any of these attributes, many who beat personal records throughout the year. And all of these individual talents led them to create unstoppable relay teams. Please help me congratulate the young women who were qualifiers in the UIL State Track and Field Competition. And I want to introduce them to you from Judson High School, Alexis Jesse. She participated in the 4x100 relay, the 4x200 relay, the 200-meter individual race, and earned a silver medal in the triple jump. Also from Judson High School, Brianna Guidry, who participated in the 4x100 relay. Aaliyah Henderson, 4x100 relay and 4x200 relay. Daranasia Taylor, 4x100 relay, 4x200 relay. And Genesis Cordero, 4x200 relay. They are accompanied by their coaches, Coach Christina Holland and assistant coach, Dayanera Gonzalez. Next, I'd like to introduce you to the Wagner High School track and field ladies. Harmony Rector from Wagner High School. 4x100 relay and the 400-meter individual event. Savannah Harden, 4x100 relay. Nia Williams, 4x100 relay. And Keviana Lee, 4x100 relay. Outstanding job, ladies, and your coaches, Wagner High School coaches Miosha Crawford and assistant coach Brandon Thomas. We have some certificates for you. All right, we've got one more recognition. We would like to recognize our child nutrition department. We have here representing our child nutrition department, our executive director, Cynthia Sanchez, and our assistant director, Mr. Steve Linscomb. Just to give you a little bit of background on why we are recognizing this department today. The National School Lunch Program and School Breakfast Program have been instrumental in providing nutritious meals to students for decades. These programs have served as a lifeline for students who come from low-income households, ensuring that they receive at least one healthy meal during the school day. Each year, Children at Risk recognizes the school districts in Texas that go above and beyond to provide nutrition to students, and they are excited to have announced the top performing school districts in the 2023 Kroger School Food Rankings. Judson ISD was recognized with a certificate for being ranked #1 for the Texas Middle Income School District for going the extra mile to address food insecurity needs in our community. And we have always known that our child nutrition department is pretty amazing, and our food service heroes are exceptional at what they do and how they care for our students every day. But it is very exciting to have also been recognized at the state level. Congratulations, Ms. Sanchez, Mr. Linscomb, and the staff that you oversee in the child nutrition department. We're very proud of you. Thank you so much. And that concludes our recognitions.
All right, next we will go to our acknowledgements of citizens to be heard. The next item on our agenda is the public comment period. This is the time for citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that is open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings except to address their grievances through the proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during other portions of the meeting. So please sign up for the public audience if you have comments to present. To have your comments heard tonight, your name and the topic of your comments must be written on the sign-in sheet prior to the start of the meeting, which is located in the rear of the meeting room. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her comments. As the presiding officer, I will strictly enforce that time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with the Judson ISD Board Policy BED Local, in the event your comment in my judgment as the presiding officer constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you, ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's appropriate formal grievance policy, DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot lawfully discuss, deliberate, make comments, or make a decision on any matter raised in the public comment period, which is not specifically listed in the board agenda for this meeting. With those cautions in mind, we will now be glad to hear the general comments. The first person to speak is Monica Nichols, speaking about the Judson Swim facility needs.
Hello, good evening, board and public community. I am Monica Nichols. I am a teacher. Next year will be my 15th year at Judson High School. I'm also a parent of 3 wonderful, very active children within the district. I'm coming on behalf of not only just Coach Murphy, but also my daughter. She's a junior now, but her 10th grade year, she actually made varsity on the Judson swim team. And as a parent, my concerns are to the facility. I mean, the district is growing. We have 3 high schools using the facilities. I even asked my daughter, I said, what were some concerns? She's in the pool, okay? And she said the walls of the pool are falling apart. She said that the locker room is in disarray. Majority of the equipment doesn't work. I myself, because I'm an employee here, know very well that all 3 high schools were outfitted with new equipment for their locker rooms and gyms. It's a concern of mine as to why the swim team in their locker room was overlooked. And to be equitable, more so speaking to Coach Murphy's passion, he offers a swim camp to the community at $60 for an entire month. My last comment to the community is that swimming is essential and fundamental. It is the only sport that I know that actually saves lives. So let's see about our swim kiddos, and let's make sure that they're safe while doing it. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. The next person to speak is Ryan Murphy to speak about pool facilities.
Good evening, board. My name is Ryan Murphy. I have been coaching Judson Swim for the past 7 years. I graduated from Judson in '99. My children go to Coronado Village right now, and I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about the facility. It needs some work. There's been a lot of problems with it lately. I've submitted some articles for the board to look at regarding photos of the facility, the most problematic areas, and the report of all of the work orders that have been done for maintenance to work on the facility. Maintenance and athletics have done a great job with their resources to improve the facility to the best of their ability, but it's getting to a point where it's making it difficult to make sure the kids are safe in the place. The safety and security of the facility is a very, very real concern of mine. The garage doors are rusted badly and corroded. People have hurt themselves on them, and I'm afraid that someone will get hurt worse on those doors. There needs to be something done with the pool floor. And there is in the school website, under the Bond 2022 page, if you look under Coronado Village, one of the articles it states is pool upgrades. And I know that we're not going to be able to ask you to look at anything like that right now, but I was hoping maybe we could get some clarity on what those pool upgrades might be at some point. It's kind of vague. So the pool needs some help, and I was hoping that we could figure out something to save it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person to speak is Miss Yolanda Jones, speaking about salary increase.
Good evening, board and Dr. Fields. I'm Yolanda Jones. I'm a teacher at Kirby Middle School and a proud member of Texas AFT. I'm asking you to consider a 6% salary increase for staff. As prices continue to rise, our salaries need to rise. Just from last year, groceries have gone up 8.4%, milk 5.5%, cereal 12.5%, butter 17%, and let's not talk about those egg prices, 36%, and coffee 10.3%. In the last 5 years, JISD has more than doubled our reserve fund from $59 million to over $127 million, plus the extra money we will put in at the end of this year that is available to spend next year. As my principal once stated to a colleague of mine that intrigued me, you have to water your own grass. JISD, it's time to water your grass with a salary increase of 6%.
The next person to speak is Mireya Jimenez, compensation plan.
Yolanda, that was awesome. Good evening, Dr. Fields and board members. My name is Mireya Jimenez, and I am a proud member of Judson AFT. I am here today to ask you all to consider that 6% raise. While the proposed compensation plans offer many incentives, these incentives don't count towards our TRS or aren't guaranteed for the next school year. So, for example, if you give us that $1,000 retention stipends, but then you won't give it to us next year, it's not really a raise then. So with this, understand the inflation and our district looking into new insurance companies for our employees. I fear anything below 6 will go towards insurance cost alone. As of now, teachers can simply go to maybe SAISD and get a better insurance contribution and lower health cost. And that would be maybe a meaningful raise reflecting in their paychecks. That's an option, Judson. Just like we look and review the data of our students, I think it's important to look and review the data from Judson ISD teacher survey that the district conducted. In the survey, you found that the teachers do not feel like they are getting compensated for their work. So just to give you a recap of that data, under retention strategies, the top 3 findings were significantly the salary increase, retention bonuses, and smaller classes. Under how teachers feel, only 21% of Judson ISD teachers feel adequately compensated. And 40% of the teachers have to still work a second job to make ends meet. Under the I have this in Judson ISD, compensation and benefits are a challenge. While I understand that the 3 options were crafted for a pay increase this upcoming year, it is almost certain that you're swaying for that 1% increase, which is on the conservative side, and a very small price to pay for us teachers and support staff that would give up our lives nowadays, which, may I add, is nowhere near a conservative side. Although no percentage would compensate for the loss of my life when I'm protecting my students, let me let you know that I will give up my life for my students. I urge you to reconsider that 1 to 3% raise. It is incredibly hard to keep up with today's cost inflation, including rising health and insurance and property taxes, and everything Yolanda just mentioned, of course. In the last 5 years, Judson ISD has more than doubled their reserve the fund from $59 million to $127 million. The money is available to be spent next year, and what better place to put it in than where it's much needed? Towards teachers and staff salaries, which is why I asked the board and Dr. Fields to review and share a compensation plan with a 6% increase. Judson, let's do better.
Thank you, ma'am. The next person to speak is Alberto Hernandez, speaking about practicum for medical assistant and phlebotomy EKG clinicals.
Good evening, Board. My name is Alberto Hernandez. I'm actually speaking in behalf of my son because he's a boy that not only does he has his AP classes going all year, he does his IB program, he's captain of the swim team, and he wanted to go ahead and do the practicum for next year. Now, he is actually, at this point, sacrificing being in swim team next year for the practicum. Now, in the middle of the year, we went ahead and signed a whole bunch of papers for that practicum, and that including for certificates for phlebotomy, EKG, and medical assistant. As of a couple of weeks ago, he came and told me that now they're not getting all those certificates. The only thing they're doing is medical assistant. They're not getting the hands-on like they were promised, and I would like to know what's going on, because he's worked very hard to get there. And now all of a sudden, he can't even do the swim because he's doing this, but now he's being, I don't know, it's just not fair for him. That's it, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Okay, the last person to speak is Miss Debbie A. McKnight, speaking about the swimming pool.
Good evening, everyone. We've already discussed the needed problems, money, and facilities dealing with getting the pool. I'm here to put a face of why that pool is so important. I have 2 grandchildren, and anyone who has children understands the simple milestones that we go through in our life, such as their first words and the first time they walk. Even when they first walk, we understand the sense of terror that we feel, because now they're all over everywhere, okay? But now, because of Mr. Murphy, Coach Murphy, my grandchildren went through another milestone that gave me a sense of relief that nothing ever could happen. So everyone in here who has a child will understand what I felt when I first saw my first little boo-boo swim the length of the pool. Okay? There was a sense of security that I should never, ever get over. And I have that filmed each year, that my grandsons have went to this swim camp since the day it was established 5 years ago. I saw him get into that pool and just kick. The next year, he learned how to get from falling in to the side of the courts. The next year, he swam backwards so that he can get out. And then last year, I saw him jump into the pool and swim the length of the pool. Okay? There is no feeling like that. There's no money or dollars that can replace that. And it's worth it. When I walked in here and I heard your pledge was saying, do what is necessary for the enrichment and faith of our children.
I think he needs you to speak into the microphone. I'm
okay.
so sorry, so they
Okay.
can hear you on the live stream.
Okay, to deal with the faith and strength of our children. Giving that sense of security, having them learn how to swim, and being able to live. Just remember yesterday or the day before, we had a drowning dealing with the flood. And coming from a woman from inner city Chicago, where we never had a chance to learn how to swim, a 65-year-old, as myself, who still does not know how to swim, my 11-year-old, maybe one day will be able to save me. So please, take care of the pool.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, the next item on the agenda is item 4, declare candidates elected to trustee positions and issue certificates of election for each elected candidate. And then we will administer the oath of office to newly elected trustees. So I'll invite Ms. Monica Ryan and Ms. Laura Stanford to come up to the front, and we'll issue those certificates. We'll start with Single Member District 1, Ms. Suzanne Canoyer. And did you bring somebody to administer your oath, or do you want Betty? Betty's going to do it? Okay. You got this, Betty. Yeah, let's do them all one at a time, because they'll want to take pictures of it. We'll do them one at a time so that each person can have their moment.
Raise your right hand. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
I, Suzanne Canoyer, do solemnly swear
I, Suzanne Canoyer, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
of the Judson Independent School District,
of the Judson Independent School District,
member of the Board of Trustees of the state of Texas,
member of the Board of Trustees of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
and the laws of the United States and of the state,
and of the laws of the United States and the state.
so help me God.
So help me God. Thank you.
Next, we'll invite Ms. Laura Stanford, Judson ISD Board of Trustees at Large, Place 6. Did you bring somebody with you to administer the oath, or do you want Betty to do it? Okay.
Someone to stand and hold the Bible for you. Can I hold it? Sure. Unless you want me to hold it and you put your right hand on it. Okay. Put your left hand on it and raise your right hand. I had it backwards. I apologize. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
I, Laura Stanford, do solemnly swear
I, Laura Stanford, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
of the Judson Independent School District,
at the Judson Independent School District,
member of the Board of Trustees of the state of Texas,
member of the Board of Trustees of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
and the laws of the United States and of the state.
and the laws of the United States and of the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. And we have next Ms. Monica Ryan, elected to the Judson ISD Board of Trustees at Large, Place 7.
Do you mind holding the Bible? Yes. Do you mind holding it like that? No, you're going to have to hold it like this because I'm going to put my hand on it, baby girl. Okay, hold on. Is it better if she's on this side? Let's do it this. Okay,
Right
you
hand on
ready?
the Bible, raise your left hand. In the name and by the authority of the United States, no, don't say that.
Start over.
Start over, reset. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
I, Monica Ryan, do solemnly swear
I, Monica Ryan, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
of the Judson Independent School District,
of the Judson Independent School District,
member of the Board of Trustees of the state of Texas,
member of the Board of Trustees of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
and the laws of the United States and of the state.
and the laws of the United States and the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
back here. Huh?
You want to do a group photo?
Oh, are we? Okay,
Definitely do a
okay.
group photo. I'll let y'all do it first.
Pretty cool.
Get Dr. Fields in here.
I'm right after you guys finish. I will come in. All right, I'm coming. Team of 8. Team of 8.
All right. So the next item on the agenda is item 6, discussion and action on reorganization of board trustees pursuant to Texas Education Code 11.061C. We will start, so this is where we choose our board officers for the upcoming year. We'll start with nominations for the office of president. Do we have a nomination?
Right here.
Ms. Eaton?
I'd like to nominate Jose Macias for board president.
Okay. Jose Macias is nominated for the office of president. Are there any further nominations for the office of president?
Madam President,
Yes.
I nominate Jennifer Rodriguez to continue as board president. I think it's extremely important that as we bring on a new superintendent, that we have the continuity in the board, having the presiding officer remain in that seat. I also do not think it's in the district's best interest to have as board president someone who is under investigation currently by the district attorney.
Okay. Is there any other discussion or nominations? I would like to name that I would like to continue as board president. I agree with Ms. Knoyer that continuity in this time of change for our district could be very powerful, but whatever the decision of the board, I will respect that. Is there any other discussion, or should we move to vote? Okay. We don't need a motion for a vote on this particular, or I think we do actually. Let's see. We don't need a second. Okay. If there are no further nominations, nominations are now closed. We'll vote on each nomination individually. For Jose Macias, I'll do a roll call vote and mark those down. Ms. Knoyer?
No.
Okay. Ms. King?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Eaton?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Ryan?
No.
Okay. Mr. Macias?
Yes.
And Ms. Stanford?
Yes.
Okay. So that is 4 votes for Mr. Macias and 3 votes no. Oh, sorry, I didn't vote. I vote no, but that's 3 votes no and 4 votes for yes. I don't think I need to do a vote on the nomination for me because it is evident. So I will, with your permission, Mr. Macias, can I continue with the other nominations just for continuity and then we'll reorganize ourselves? Okay, thank you. All right. Moving on to the board vice president. Nominations are now in order for the office of vice president. Is there a nomination for the office of vice president?
I move to nominate Shatanya King as vice president.
Okay. Mr. Macias has voted for, or has nominated Shatanya King. Are there any further nominations for the office of Vice President? Okay. If there are no further nominations, we'll close the nominations and vote on Ms. Shatanya King. I'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Knoyer?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. King?
Yes.
Ms. Eaton?
Yes.
Ms. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Macias?
Yes.
And Ms. Stanford? Yes. And I vote yes as well. So we will, that is an election of Ms. King. Nominations are now in order for the office of Secretary. Do I have any nominations?
I nominate Ms. Eaton.
Okay, Ms. Eaton has been nominated for the office of Secretary. Are there any further nominations for the office of Secretary?
I nominate Ms. Knoyer. I think we're supposed to, like, the secretary tracks all the minutes and all that stuff, and, you know, her experience as vice president would help, you know, some of the board admin things in our evaluation.
Okay, Ms. Ryan has nominated Ms. Knoyer. Is there any further discussion or further nominations? Okay, nominations are now closed. I'll take a roll call vote for, first for Ms. Eaton. Ms. Knoyer?
No.
Ms. King?
Yes.
Ms. Eaton?
Yes.
Ms. Ryan?
No.
Mr. Macias?
Yes.
Ms. Stanford? Yes. And I vote yes on this one. So we will now take a quick moment to recess as we reorganize our seating. And thank you. It's been an honor to serve in this capacity as president this year. And I thank the administration and the board for giving me this opportunity. And I will turn it over to our new board president, Mr. Macias.
call the meeting back to order from recess. I just want to say thank you for your hard work, Ms. Rodriguez, as board president. I want to formally acknowledge that you did a phenomenal job during a very tumultuous time for our district. A lot happened under your tenure, under your leadership, and I know in our community you're very well respected of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your hard work in that respect. And then secondly, I do want to put on record too that my vision of serving as board president is only to be a year. I have put a lot of emphasis on continuing to build board development, and in this year we'll be able to set policy that will rotate this position to not make this a game of who has votes or who doesn't. It should be a procedural governance issue where the vice president moves up to president, secretary moves up to vice president, and so forth. We're all equal here at the dais. We're not any better or any worse than anybody. We're all the same. So I believe in order to be effective governance leaders, we all need to play a role as board president. So I will continue to move forward. And there were some comments that were incorrect, inappropriate, inaccurate. So if I were to be under investigation, I assure you I would let my community know, and there would be front page news on all of it. There's nothing out there. So just don't believe the hype. But I'm ready to proceed with this meeting. We have a very important meeting to attend to. Compensation is on this agenda. So as a result, I've asked the superintendent that we're going to move the superintendent report to after our discussion and action items. And I'm going to start with our consent agenda.
Yes, sir.
At this moment. So are there any consent items that any board members wish to have pulled?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Stanford, what item?
She may not know.
E?
Thank you. Any other items?
Yes. O.
O? Letter O. E is in Edward, O is in Oscar. Any additional items? Okay, we will then be voting for consent items A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, and P. Can I have a motion?
I make a motion that we, this is Deborah Eaton. I make a motion that we accept those items
And consent.
just called out.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Since we're doing roll call, I'll just ask. All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Deborah
Aye.
Eaton, aye.
We'll just go.
Are you doing a roll
Yeah,
call, or are you
I'm not
doing
doing
a-
it. Just all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, so it is 7-0 on consent. I know that we have a lot of interest in our compensation plan. I do expect.
I can do the ones that
First, we need to do the,
I apologize. Thanks, Ms. McNamara. I'm ready to talk compensation, guys. So let's go ahead and talk about the, Ms. Stanford, letter E, consider and take action regarding approving expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000.
Yes, I wanted the public to know that I pay attention to expenditures. I never think of it as, oh, it's only 50,000, no problem. So I wanted to look into this, and I found out what it is a $143,521 to purchase material and furniture for a makerspace for Hopkins Elementary, Rolling Meadows Elementary, Kitty Hawk Middle School, and Kirby Middle School. So I went to visit the makerspace yesterday at Elof, which is the only one that we have, because I wanted to know what it is and what the investment is all about. So I got to see the space itself and the materials in the space. I got to see a real, what are those printers? The
3D.
3D.
and I got to touch it too, actually. And it's an amazing piece of equipment, and so the whole space was incredible, and I spoke to the principal there and found out that it's a very good program. All the students get to participate. It's not just for a few. They rotate through, so I thought that was very important. I'll be interested to follow the return on investment of such a investment, and, but it's really looks like a very good expenditure. So I wanted to check it out, and once I did, I wasn't going to say anything, and then I thought, well, we conduct business publicly, so I wanted you to know I checked it out and looked at it, and that I think it's a good expenditure. And Ms. Jones, your furniture is right here. When I spoke to her earlier, she was wondering where her furniture was. It's right here. So that's it.
Well, Ms. Stanford, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on this particular agenda item? Yes, Ms. Ryan.
I had written one note down. I was just, the funding source of this, did they receive a grant for this, or this is coming out of general funds? Local. Which kind of local funds? Our general fund, one of the operation lines already? Like this was already budgeted for this year?
Yes, well, yes, ma'am. And at the bottom, it says the expenditures indicated on the attached document are not covered by categorical exceptions, and it states in here, I believe, that it's on the local fund.
Yes, technology budget
Correct.
allocation.
Technology, okay,
Correct.
that's what I was looking. Some of the other ones said maintenance, or it told me which department line it was on. So
Correct.
This one's technology, perfect, thank you so much.
Any other questions? I will say, Ms. Stanford, you did mention you visited yesterday. You actually visited this morning for ELOF. It's been a long day. So if you could read the motion, Ms. Stanford, we'll go ahead and vote on it after you read it.
So I move to, you got your mic on?
So I move to consider and take action regarding approving expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It passes. The second item that was pulled is letter O, consider and take action approving the UTSA educational experience at Judson ISD collaboration to provide counseling internships to students enrolled in Master's ED of Education school counseling program at UTSA. Ms. King?
Yes. I just wanted to ask, is this the first collaboration?
Not in general, but yes, ma'am, with UTSA
Okay.
for this purpose.
And are
it'll
you,
allow them to come over and intern with us. Hopefully, we'll be able to recruit them to the district as they come through.
okay. And are they going to be interning at different campuses
Yes, ma'am.
and levels? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay. Would you mind reading the motion, Ms. King?
I motion that we approve to take action regarding approving the UTSA educational experience and Judson ISD collaboration to provide counseling internships to students enrolled in the Masters of Education school counseling program at UTSA.
Second.
Motions and second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes carry. The next item, we're going into discussion and consideration of action items, and as I was referring to earlier in my excitement, I do want to talk about our compensation plan. So I'm going to be pulling that item out of closed session. That is letter B, consider and take possible action regarding the approval of the 23-24 Judson ISD compensation plan. So, Dr. Fields, if you want to get that started.
Definitely. We had an opportunity, I believe we'll have our fourth budget meeting on the 8th of June. And we had an opportunity to go through. The first recommendation was 1%. That wasn't received very well, so we came back with two other options at the end of last budget meeting. And then, Mr. Macias, you asked for an option 4. So we went back and listed all those things that you had requested, and Mrs. Davis will go through those now. In addition, you gave me a call and had a couple of other options or things that we could consider as well, and I believe Ms. Davis is going to talk about those in her presentation as well. So, Ms. Davis, you want to go ahead and start?
Yes, sir. Good evening, board members. Today I will be going over the three options that we've discussed thus far. And I will present option 4 based on the feedback that was presented from our last board meetings. I'm going to go straight into the different options that have been presented.
Ms. Davis,
Is
in the
her
booth, they're
microphone?
telling you to speak closer to the mic, I think.
Hi, can you hear me?
No.
Great.
Well, you can ask Russ.
Is it
Russ,
on? Hello? Hi, good? Awesome, thank you.
And before we start, do we have copies of these? These weren't in the read ahead.
These were originally going to be in closed session, so
Oh, okay, okay.
oftentimes there may or may not be
Okay,
board documents
all right, thanks. I
presented
wanted
for
to make sure I
closed
wasn't
session.
missing a
So since
paper.
it's pulled, I'm showing it on, up there. Okay, so the first option presented during our first board workshop was the 1%, and that was a 1% for all staff based on our midpoint, which is usually for 20 years. In addition to the 1%, we were going to add the winter incentive and the spring incentive at $1,000 for all staff. In addition, we introduced a fall sign-on incentive for all of our teachers, and that sign-on would cover basically the materials for setting up a classroom. We know that our teachers invest a lot of their own personal money for that, so that was an incentive that was introduced, different than the incentives they currently receive. And an all-star incentive, which is a $500 post-star test for teaching our students. We believe that being consistent with our students is important for them to consistently see the same teacher and receive instruction from the same person. In addition, we discussed the District of Innovation Mentor Stipend. We have District of Innovation teachers here, and in order to support their growth, we wanted to provide a stipend for a specific teacher to mentor them through this option. That was option 1. Option 2, we introduced in the last board meeting, which would have been a 2% teacher and professional pay raise and a 3% auxiliary and para pay raise plus incentives. So the 2% would have equaled a $3 million impact to our general fund, and a 3% for auxiliary equaled a $1.5 million impact for our general fund, also based on the midpoints. We would keep the same incentives that were discussed in option 1 for winter and spring. But to option 2, we added an auxiliary and para attendance incentive. And that attendance incentive would equal a total of $1,200 for the year, $300 each quarter. And that would be paid out quarterly. And then the same fall sign-on payment incentive and the same all-star incentive and DOI mentor incentive discussed in option 1. So the difference between option 1 and option 2 is the percent raise increase, 2% for teachers, 3% for auxiliary, and the auxiliary and para attendance incentive. So that's the difference between option 1 and option 2. Then we presented option 3. And in option 3, we had a 2% for teachers and professionals, a 3% for auxiliary, plus step incentives. So option 3, essentially, in summary, is all of option 2, but for the winter and spring incentives for teachers, what we would see is a way to reward our teachers for their longevity, for their time here. And so we introduced something called step incentives. So for 0 to 5 year teachers, they would receive a $1,000 stipend in the spring, and then in the winter, and then again in the spring. For 6 to 10 years, they would receive a $1,500 stipend in the winter, and then again in the spring. Teachers 11 to 20 years would receive a stipend of $2,000 in the winter and $2,000 in the spring. And then 21 years plus, they would receive a stipend of $2,500 in the winter and in the spring. So for option 3, under salaries and benefits, that would be $221.3 million impact to our fund. So this is what we introduced in the last budget workshop that we recently held on Thursday. In that workshop, we were asked to consider an additional option, which I heard was option 4. And in that option 4, we were asked to increase a 0.5% to 1%. And what you see here in option 4 is a full 1% increase from option 3. Remember, option 3 was 2% for teachers and professionals, 3% for auxiliary. Here, what you see in option 4 is a 3% for teachers and a 4% for auxiliary and paras. All of the incentives that we had discussed earlier, the winter incentive,
the spring incentive, the teacher step incentives during the winter and the spring, as well as the auxiliary and para attendance incentive, the fall sign-on incentive, the GOI incentive, and the All-Star incentive. So in option 4, and we also heard that on top of adding 1 more percent, we should consider a hard-to-fill incentive. Do something for those positions that are hard to fill in this district. When we had a conversation with our HR department, those hard-to-fill positions currently are special education teachers, special education paraprofessionals, bus drivers, and our police department. That being said, we considered a one-time incentive of $500 to each of these professionals on top of any incentives or stipends they may currently be receiving. And so this option 4 summarizes the request that we received during our board meeting, our budget board workshop on Thursday. So you can see that there's a slight difference from option 3 and option 4. When you consider the impact that would be, it's an additional $2.2 million from our reserve funds, equaling 223.5 to the 661 salaries and benefits piece. So that's option 4, and that was the feedback that we received from last Thursday. That was option 4. And just to walk you through, because I've done this for every option that I have presented in the past, is the teacher story. So if we have a teacher in the first year, if we add a 3% raise on midpoint, that's $1,935. So the new base salary would be $59,297. So the possible first-year teacher with all of the additional incentives would receive $62,297. A teacher at the 10-year point would receive $61,282. Currently, we add the 3% raise on the midpoint, and that would be $1,935. So the new base salary would come out to $63,217. Once you include, the reason that there's a difference in the winter and the spring incentive for a 10-year teacher is because we have the introduction of those step incentives, right? So then a possible 10-year teacher could possibly be earning $67,217. A teacher in their 20-year, their step incentive would be $2,000. So we'd have a possible 10-year teacher earning a total of $71,417. So that's just walking you through a teacher pay scale with that. Then after the board meeting, we received an additional consideration upon board request, and that is to consider a 1% compensation increase for employees earning over $70,000 rather than the 3% that we were talking about that we presented in option 3 and 4, a 3% increase to professionals and teachers. So after our board meeting, we received this additional board request. So I'm going to walk you through that. The budget impact for our locally funded employees that earn over $70,000 in an annual salary to receive a 1% compensation increase for next school year, rather than the 3% that is proposed in option 3 and 4. That would impact about 270 employees. The combined annual salary currently of those 270 employees is $23,565,875. So if you take 1% of that, that's approximately $235,658. So option 4, as currently presented today, includes a 3% compensation increase for this group of employees, which are your teachers and your para. If we were to only do a 1% increase for this group of people earning over $70,000, that would reduce the cost of option 4 by $471,000, at the most $500,000. So that I'm talking about the local general fund. There's still 30 employees at this level that are impacted from other funds, but each percent equals thousand. That's not part of the local fund, but I wanted to go ahead and highlight that piece for you. So that being said, when you're considering the different options, we wanted to show you what the recurring impact to the general fund would be. Option one, at a 1% raise, the recurring cost of the raises only, excluding the stipends, right? Because the stipends come, that's separate, but the recurring cost that we would have to absorb every year would be $2 million with option one at a 1% raise. For option two, the recurring cost, and option two was a 2% raise for paraprofessionals and teachers and a 3% for auxiliary and para. The recurring cost there to our general fund budget would be $4.5 million. For option three, it's $4.5 million. But option four, the one we just presented to you today, fresh, which is 3% raise for teachers and professionals, and then a 4% for auxiliary and para, that would be an impact to the general fund of $6.5 million that would be recurring every year. So that's just looking at that without the incentive pay. Now, that being said, is there?
I think it's important. Can you go back another?
Yes, sir.
To right there. This would be in addition to the 6% increase that we had last year as well. I don't want to give the impression that this would be the only impact to the general fund. This would be on top of whatever impacts we have already as well. So we know that there's going to be more funds coming back in various different ways this year. But we also have ESSER positions that were created, that the ESSER funds expire at the end of next year as well, that we would have to consider. So I just want to make sure that we took that into consideration.
Well, I know that this board probably has a lot of questions, so I will open it up to this point to ask Ms. Davis or Dr. Fields any questions. Who wants to start?
I have a question, sir.
Ms. Rodriguez, go ahead.
Can you remind me, Ms. Davis, what our our operating budget is right now, or how much we are in a deficit already? So this would be on top of it, just so I can remind myself. I know we got that in the presentation last week, but.
Yes, ma'am.
I can assist. We started off with 24 million with some amendments that came up to 29 million, I believe. Now, that's what was presented. I can let you know that in terms of collections, of what we received from past due collections and what we received this year, they're going to be higher, so there'll be money coming in that way.
So it'll balance that out.
It'll
but we don't
decrease that amount.
know
Yes, ma'am.
yet what that will be.
And we have an idea now. It's already come back in at about 8 million over what we had initially anticipated. I can tell you that it's been the history of the state that when we collect more from state taxes, then the state provides less. So it's not like you're going to get that back and it's going to be an increase. They typically say, well, you got the 8 million from your collections, so we're going to decrease your state revenue by 8 million. So it's usually a wash. So it's not one that you can look at as extra. I would also say that this year we've been careful not to replace a bunch of positions. I mean, if we have been handling it, and the teachers took on the brunt of that, as well as other areas that we have in the district, but by not replacing a lot of those positions, or we were unable to hire in some critical positions because we talked about that earlier, we're going to save funds there. We budgeted for those to be occupied throughout the year. They weren't, so we'll save money in that capacity. In addition, we did have ESSER funds, and we had some of our people who were assigned to the budget side, the local budget side, placed in those ESSER funds, and then we were able to save funding there as well. So we've done all that we could to increase the amount of money that would go into local funds. I just don't want to give the impression, though, that those same measures are going to be there next year. There are going to be hits to the general fund, and this will be on top of that. I can tell you, in talking to some of the other superintendents around the city, everybody's being conservative. And we hear a lot about San Antonio, but they eliminated a lot of positions to be able to make that happen, and closed 2 schools. So it's not like everybody is being very conservative.
Ms. Ryan?
I'm sorry, we don't have the same slides that we briefed last week, so I'm still a little confused on where we're going to end this year, kind of what Ms. Rodriguez was just asking. You know, the slides from last week, and Ms. Stanford and I weren't part of that budget workshop, we were still in the audience. We were showing at that time about a $10 million, not a $29 million deficit. We had shrunk that to about a $10 million estimate. And then there were some questions that were still pending, and hopefully we have the answers tonight where the state has upped our allocation for this year. We've gone from 108, now they're projecting we're going to be somewhere near 108. I'm sorry, we were at 101 for our planning. Now we're going to be at 108. So that's more revenue coming in, which should shrink that deficit even more. So have we resolved the fact that maybe we're not going to end this year in a deficit now, that we actually might put some money back in fund reserve based off those kind of discussions and requests that I've sent you guys? Because where we end kind of really affects what we do next year.
So as far as the 108 forecast, there's a couple of pieces that are in play. There are some monies that we receive from the state, for example, called TRS on behalf. And that money that we receive really doesn't come, it's a pass-through for our district, right? And so that there is a difference in our budget. Another difference that we did see is that our district planning amounts that we receive do fluctuate every month. And so if you go into our statement of finance, you will notice that there's a difference. Part of that too, that really does change often, and it will be based on our ADA. We know that as we near the end of the school year, our ADA really drops, and that's just historic. And so even though we presented to you a 92% ADA, we know that as the year really comes to an end, that might look different. And so regarding that difference, if we are forecasting to receive more from our local tax collections, then we can deduce about the same reduction from our state. And so right now, as we're moving through, we'll present different numbers or closer numbers in addition to all of the expenses that we're going to still place in there. The other piece that will happen is we normally will provide you a budget amendment during our last board workshop of the fiscal year. So you're going to, you can expect a budget amendment coming in on in June, right? Before, or actually right after we adopt our budget or right before we do that. So you'll see that difference there. That being said.
Do you mind if I interject real quick?
Yes, please do.
So, and I know you have a question. Feel free.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So what you should hear Ms. Davis saying is that throughout the year, to your point, Ms. Ryan, we'll have money that comes in from maybe a land sale or money that goes out. We typically do any money that goes out of the general fund in an amendment to the board to let them know. But if we get a check from CPS for demand response or something like that, we don't typically come back in and say, we received this check for $200,000 or $300,000. We just put it into the general fund, and then at the end, we make the budget amendment of all those things that were collected. We don't want to give the impression that there's not some substance to what you're saying. We don't believe that it's going to be the $25 million deficit that it was originally projected at. But definitely, we're not going to be able to use some of the same tools that we use this year to bring that down next year, because those funds won't be available. Even in terms of the ESSER funds, they'll be done early, and a lot of the incentives that we're proposing will be directly out of the fund balance. I didn't mean to throw you
No,
off.
no, that,
Got you. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr. See- No, no. Go right ahead. We're distributing the question. Thank you.
One of the questions that was asked, Ms. Davis and Dr. Fields, when we were talking about those positions that were moved over to be paid out of ESSER funds, now we know the ESSER funds are getting ready to go away. So did we get the number of positions and along with that number of bodies, more importantly, how much of an impact is that going to be bringing them back into the regular fund?
yes, ma'am. So bringing them back into the fund this year, the ESSER supplanted positions is about $6.5 million.
6.5.
And then we need to consider what it is that we will do moving forward with the additional programs that we funded from ESSER. And those are, for example, you may recall that we discussed adding one GT or academic enrichment teacher
Right.
to all of our elementary campuses. So those positions, those what we call ESSER created positions, because we didn't have one GT teacher at all of our campuses. We didn't necessarily have one librarian at all of our campuses.
Right.
So those positions, what we had discussed several years ago when those were created is that the board will reconsider as we get closer to the end of our ESSER funds, which would be by the end of next year. We need to expend all of our funds by September 30th of this coming school year.
2024.
Yes, of 2024. So that's something that we will be bringing back to you as far as what it is, whether we will absorb those positions or how it is that we can
Afford to
those
have them.
positions moving forward. So that will be about an additional $7.5 million to consider.
Okay, 7.5. And that's the, okay, the librarians. So we would have to go back to that split thing again, God. 6.5, 7.5. Okay, I'll save my other question, Ms. Davis. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
And I also want to follow up a little bit as well. And I say this for the one friend who told me that if I'm board president, I won't ask questions. I'm assuring the community I'm going to still ask a lot of questions if I have any. But in terms of the cuts, we'll see that, as you mentioned, pretty soon, so we can start doing, you can do an evaluation on them. The idea, just for my colleagues to hear, is that you have options 1 through 4 on the table. I believe that, well, and you had it at the right slide.
Oh, got it.
But, you know, there's still probably more work to be done, and obviously I wanted to just tell our employees, our teachers and so forth, that we still have an opportunity to look for additional resources in the future. My hope is that we are able to agree on a plan and pass one forward, still going through the budget cycle with a lens to determine if there's still additional money to put towards teacher raises and so forth. But the importance of all of this is strategic. So I appreciate, I don't know where, we hadn't heard it before about the stipends for hard-to-fill spaces. That was a new added feature?
That was added today after your request during our Thursday board meeting to consider an additional 1% and to consider doing something for our hard-to-fill positions. So that was the proposal that we're sharing with you.
So is there a ballpark on how much we want to spend? I mean, how many hard positions are there?
Yes, so the total incentive for those 4 positions that I mentioned, the special, let me go back to it. The special ed teachers, and that would be your last arrow. Your bus drivers, your police department, and your special education paras at $500 to each of those personnel for a one-time incentive would total $200,000 from our general fund. And so that was our way of providing a response for you in that area.
Well, strategically, I think that was a great idea. So I'm happy to see that on there. But I'm going to, I know that Ms. Ryan has additional questions, so I'm going to yield right now and hand it back to you, Ms. Ryan, and then we'll look for some other input from colleagues.
Sorry, everybody knows I'm kind of a math and numbers girl. Can we go back to the one we were on before, where it shows the total cost of each of the incentives? Because I want to get back, I want to get to that. But first, sometimes I have to formulate my thoughts. You know, I am very concerned that we showed state revenue of 117 million, and if I look back 5 years of history, the state has never underperformed us. They have always overperformed. We have always gotten more from the state. So to look at an estimate from last year of 117 million and to arbitrarily drop that to 108, that's very concerning for me, because I'm not sure if that's going to paint the completely accurate picture. I don't want people to think we're going to have to dip into fund balance at the end of this year if we're not, because that affects how much we can do at 4.5 million or even more than 4.5 million. Because as a board, we know we can affect property taxes. Local revenue we control, because we vote on it every fall in terms of property tax rates. And we know that we can raise, or I'm sorry, not even raise, set a property tax rate that results in a 10% increase in our local revenue. That's an 11 to 12 million, because we're at, what, 121 million about we bring in, which means next fall, we can set a tax rate that will bring in 12 million more than that. So if this is only costing me 4.5 million more, or only costing us 4.5 million more, then I can raise that just out of taxes and out of tax money without even touching our debt service. We should do that. We did it last year.
Well, but please allow me.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I would tell you that one of the things that even Governor Abbott is saying is that there was this windfall of money, and he's going to decrease, you know, the homeowners, or increase the homeowners exemption, decrease the amount that the taxpayers have to pay. That will be done. But again, they will, or once the state sees that we're bringing more in, they're going to decrease the amount that they supply to the district. That's just the way the economics works in the state of Texas. If you earn more on your taxes, then the state supplies less in terms of your support. Ms. Davis?
That I would agree with that, and that has been historically what we have done. We did receive an estimate where we do know that, and everybody received their appraisal letters, so we know that
Appraisals went up across the state. I mean, at least across Bexar County.
Absolutely.
I know my house went up.
But the other thing that I think we should consider is the fact that we're still in a legislative session, and we know that however it is that they're going to fund schools is going to change. And so that being said, we also know that considerations are out there in the legislative session for additional increases. So should we adopt a certain percent increase, and should the legislative session come back and say, now you need to give additional more, we're going to be required to do that, regardless of what we decide tonight, of what you board members decide tonight.
And that usually comes oftentimes in an unfunded mandate. You need to provide this for teachers, nurses, and librarians, but they don't give us the funding for it. Or sometimes they say, here's an amount of money that we're giving you for that increase, but they give it to you for a year, and then the subsequent years going forward, we're responsible for making that happen. So until we determine exactly what that is, and I'm not confident that it's going to happen before the end of June. I think that they'll probably come back with a special session sometime in September, and then make a mandate, and then we'll have to make amends. Now, to your point, Ms. Ryan, we are in a good position right now. We have a healthy fund balance, but there's still some things and decisions that we're going to have to do and make going forward in terms of where we currently are, because going into the fund balance can't be sustainable long-term. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry.
Ms. Canoyer?
And also to your point, Ms. Ryan, in the previous legislative session, a bill was passed about tax compression. And what that does is it says that if the values rise X amount, we have to reduce our tax rate X amount. So that is a huge, so we don't truly have capability to set our own tax rate. A lot of that is dictated by the state. So that is something that we have to look at in play as well.
I'd like to get some additional input, so I'll start at Ms. Stanford. Do you have any questions at this moment?
I wondered if it would make any difference if we changed the 1% salary increase to admin to a stipend for that year, to an equal stipend. Would that help any? Would that make any difference in the impact, instead of being a salary, it being a stipend, and then give us a budget cycle to consider everything and see what we look like next year?
So when you say admin, is that the line of demarcation of the $70,000 and up that we spoke about earlier? The difference in impact for that would be, I believe it's
I'm doing the
per
math.
percentage, well, it's $235,000. I mean, if I remember correctly, and some change. $235,000, $658,000. So that would be the impact. So out of the $6.5 million, we would be able to save $235,000, $658. Now, I would say this candidly, because I'm going to be straightforward, just like you guys are. That's not the message that I feel like we need to send to the district. We should value all of the employees, and regardless of how much they make. I think it's embarrassing to tell a person that because you are in a position that warrants this market value, that because you make that much, we think that you should not, you don't deserve an increase as like everyone else gets. And we're talking about $235,000 for 270 employees who are subject matter experts, most likely in their areas, that may turn around and say, okay.
No, with all due respect, I am not trying to denigrate the jobs that are.
And I don't think that you are, Ms. Stanford. I'm just trying to imply this is how that could be perceived if it were out there. And I'm all with the raise. And I understand that an increase for auxiliary is important because it needs to be. I love the fact that that's higher. I love the fact that we're doing step incentives for people with longevity in terms of the teachers. I really do. I just think that if we move forward with an increase, I would like for that to be for all of the employees of the district and not a select few or an arbitrary number that we select that say, because I can tell you this, I know families in the district where that $70,000 check is the only check coming into the household with 5 kids. Just my input.
We're going to have a compensation study though, right? In June.
definitely.
In June. So let me just ask, if we were to do a 1% or equivalent of a one-time cost like a stipend, as Ms. Stanford is suggesting, and we had to adjust salaries to make their compensation fair market, wouldn't we be adjusting it once we have the assessment from the auditor?
The plan is to have an auditor come in and then bring attention to all of those areas that we need to adjust. We've got compression across the board. We've made some Herculean advances when it comes to the initial salary for employees, the first-year teacher or the first-year custodian, but we haven't made those subsequent adjustments to people who have been in those positions for a long period of time.
Sure.
And I think any study would come back and say, to correct all of that, we may be in a $3.5 or $4 million situation where we would have to absorb that to correct it. So again, I would just caution, these are proposals that were asked for. We're willing to do whatever needs to be done to try and make sure that those are effective. I would just say that going forward, there will come a time where we're going to have to even that out. And those will be some hard conversations that we have to have.
Are you okay for right now, Ms. Stanford? Do you have additional follow-up?
Yeah, I was just asking if that would make it easier to negotiate through these things, because a top priority of mine is teacher retention and also attracting new teachers. So I'm just throwing something, would it be easier if we negotiate a little differently? That's all I was putting out there.
I would say because we're talking about an option 4, the 6.5 million, or at option 2 and 3, I think it was $4.5 million, 4.5. Then, and I passed out the scale again in terms of where we stand in terms of local area districts and teacher pay. And as you can see, we're pretty competitive. So it's not like we're not competitive. And I would say last year, we gave a 6% increase. San Antonio, I believe, gave a 1%.
Yep.
And it's not like we saw an influx of a bunch of teachers leaving San Antonio ISD to come to Judson. So there's a teacher shortage out there. And right now, it has more, it's not just about the money. How close are you to my home? We have people that, you know, they're tired of traveling back and forth across the city. So I don't think that we're in a situation where we're not competitive. And that's in a bunch of areas across the district. And I don't believe that this 1% difference of $235,000 will impact the $4.5 million in that way. I think that if we're going to do it, we could do it across the board and not worry about the $235,000.
Ms. Davis, just for my confirmation, is it 470 or 235? I remember there was a slide that you had put those two numbers. 471.
Percentage.
Okay. So 471. So
it's per percent. Sorry, I apologize. 235,658 per percent.
Okay.
471 is because we came down to 2%. Then you would add another 235,658 to the 471,317, and then that would be the total effect of them not receiving the 3% increase like everyone else in the district.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on, and Ms. Ryan, I promise we'll come back to you. Ms. King, do you have any comments?
So for the hard-to-fill incentive, the $500, does that fit under a certain option, or?
So, no, ma'am. We presented on Thursday, option 2 and 3, right? We had presented option 1 at a 1%. Said come back, option 2 and 3. At the end of the budget workshop or throughout, during the board input feedback, we received feedback to consider something to help our hard-to-fill areas. I believe even after that, there were several requests that Dr. Fields received to consider doing something for those areas that are hard to fill. And so our proposal for that is to add an additional incentive for our hard to fill areas. When speaking with our HR, the 4 areas we described, special education teachers, paras, bus drivers, and police, have been very difficult for us to fill over this last couple of years. That being said, we already have stipends for special education teachers, so this would be on top of that. And the same for our, this would also be, so for example, for our police department, that would be on top of the 3% raise. So that's just an additional consideration so that we can do something for our hard to fill areas. So this is the first time you see that option.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. Knoyer, do you have anything additional you want to add?
I think I've consistently stood for giving as much money to our employees as possible. And there's a lot of talk out there about how much our fund balance has grown, but that has grown because of the pandemic and not because of anything that we're doing or that the state is doing, heaven forbid. I've been closely following what's happening in the legislative session, and I don't see any proposed bills that are going to put a bunch more money in our pockets. I understand that inflation is there, but inflation is there also for the things we do here in the district. Our food costs are up. Our gasoline is up. Our electricity is, all of that stuff is up too, and that also affects the overall budget. I want to put as much money in your pockets as we can, but I have to be a good steward of the district so that we're not continually robbing that general fund year after year after years. Things have to be sustainable. And if we're looking at an impact to our fund balance of $6 to $7 million, that's 3 years that we can maintain that without more funds coming in, without getting into a position where should something crazy happen, and in this political world, crazy things are happening, where we have to keep that reserve to get us through those difficult times. I am leaning towards Proposition 4, option 4.
Sounds good. I got it.
Because I think that is something that we can sustain. I think we can look at what we're doing. I think we can look at what's happening. But what I need for y'all to do, everybody who's listening, I need you to call your state legislators.
Amen.
You need to tell them to fund us on enrollment and not ADA. You need to tell them no vouchers, because that is only going to take money out of our pockets. And they listen to their constituents. They're tired of hearing me. It's you again, right? So please, please, we need everybody to speak up about this. It can't be just us up here making decisions. You have to help us by getting us the money we need, and that only happens if you speak out. You see what's going on for the people who are there speaking out. And terrible things are happening to our children and our families because those people are speaking out. We need you there as well. Soapbox over.
Thank you, Ms. Canoyer. Ms. Rodriguez, do you have anything you wanted to add?
Yes, so I, like every board member sitting up here, wants to do right by all of our employees and compensate them fairly. And it is, we have to be good stewards of the money. I appreciate the intent behind this board request that is up here in front of us, in trying to, be prudent about how we're making it possible to make a bigger raise, but I don't see enough positive impact here. And I would also argue that the $70,000 threshold is very arbitrary, because there could be different categories within our compensation plan where some people are above that and some people are below that, and that would also create inequities in our where some of those people would be getting a 3% raise or a 4% raise or whatever, and then others would be getting a 1% raise, and that doesn't feel very equitable for our employees. So I would only support something that applies a logic that is applying to everybody, or what we've previously discussed about the different intervals. I had one more thought, but it flew out of my head, so I'll cede to the next person, and if it comes back, I'll raise my hand.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Eaton, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Ms. Davis, as always, thank you so much. Whew, I know we've been kind of putting you through the ringer, but we really appreciate all your hard work, and thank you for having the information for us tonight. The hard to fill plant portion of it, I like that, and I hope that whichever one we select, that can be applied, because that is a part that's very important.
Absolutely.
There was one more group, though, that, dining facilities, staff.
Child nutrition staff?
Cafeteria. Can we add them to that? Or is there a need? No?
We checked with our HR,
okay.
and so we haven't had, I specifically asked, like, which positions have we not filled? I mean,
I'm
I can
surprised,
add
but-
that as an option if you would like to visit later.
No, that's fine. I mean, because I'm gonna be honest, they are awesome. They are awesome, and the meals that they've prepared for us have been outstanding.
Yes, ma'am. I
But,
agree.
and you answered my other questions about because my concern is everything, but it is especially those positions that were created with SR funds, as well as the ones that we moved out of general fund into SR funds to help utilize that money. All of those positions have to be moved back.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that's what I really need people to understand. We were able to save some money by doing that, but that money goes away at the end of you said December 2024?
September. So this coming school year?
Okay, so September of 2024. And so,
Ms. Eaton,
At the end of this coming school year, September.
Point of clarification. So we have an amount of money that we put away for those salaries of those individuals that we've employed with ESSER that will last until the end of September 2024. But for the funding that's left after that, we should have spent that by the end of September 2023, correct?
Yes, so there's
And
two.
the incentive money that we have coming out will come out of the fund balance on the second half because we will already have spent all but the salaries left
Right.
in ESSER for the year.
Right.
So there
No,
won't be-
I understand,
gotcha.
but I just, for those that don't understand, I just want to just make sure it's clear. Because I don't want, we're not trying to hold on to it. It's not doing us no good. But, I also don't want people to have to be terminated. So that's a very prevalent concern. Okay? Thank you, though. Thank you, Ms. Davis.
I would just say that option 4 is obviously still where I feel, where I'm interested in exploring more. The only facet of it that I don't have an answer, and maybe I missed it in the presentation, is that 2.5 million or 2 million differential between option 3 and option 4. If you could put it on the screen just so we see it. So it's 4.5 for option 3, 6.5, so there's a $2 million differential. My thought was that we would incur interest from our investments from the fund balance that could help us overcome that for a little bit. But I don't know, did we get?
So you have an interest report there from our investments. One of the things that we do need to consider is we can't use, for example, the interest earned from our debt service. We can't use the interest earned on M&O, local impact, or general fund. M&O, general fund, same thing. So that's something to consider. The other thing to consider is, yes, we may have been gaining more interest right now because our interest rates are high. So right now they are high at about 5%. That's unpredictable. We don't know where we're going to land next year. We certainly know that a couple of years back, the interest rates were very low. So to be able to make a decision that will be a recurring impact to our general fund based on percent investment, that might not be the best route to consider if next year we fall to a very low percentage rate. So that's just a caution.
What do we use the interest on our fund balance on?
At the end of, you want me?
Please.
At the end of the year, when we said in June, we make the budget amendment, we say, hey, this is how much we made in interest, so that amount of money will go back into the general fund. But when we have unexpected expenses or whatever, we typically spend it out of there. But what we're saying is we don't want to, we'll put it back into we bring the budget amendment at the end of the year. Now, you'll never see that in terms of one of these salary sheets because we usually go from getting all that information in to the start of the next budget cycle. But we bring that amendment in and say, hey, this is how much we earned in terms of interest, and we just put that into now, oftentimes, especially with the bonds, we'll just leave the money there while they're doing the work. And then at the end of the work of the 2017 or 2016 or 22 bond, then we calculate the funding that was earned in interest and see if there's other objects that need to be done in that.
Well, just again, and as the last comment I'll have in rebuttal to that, there is, I believe, a will of this board to operate efficiently. I believe our superintendent wants to operate efficiently. So as we continue to go through, we have to make some decisions already with ESSER funds running out, where we're going to apply a continuance of that. So the work is still ongoing, adjusting salaries, looking at inefficiencies. So I see that we will, as we continue to work through budget cycles this year and next year, look for opportunities to determine how we can sustain our, and to segue back to Ms. Ryan. Ms. Ryan, we talked about tax increases last budget meeting when I mentioned we can always increase the tax rate. The goal is that if we can continue to produce excellence and we produce higher grade level attainment, that it makes it easier to sell a tax increase to our community because they see that we're being efficient. They see that the bottom line, our students are being smarter, and they're going to support that as we continue, because I do not want to be in a position, I know that my colleagues, of having to reduce our workforce. It's not going to sit well in our community, and not going to support our employees, our teachers. So that's what I see sort of a vision as we continue to work through the process. But Ms. Ryan, thank you for your patience. Do you have additional questions? Ms. King?
Okay, so first, thank you to Dr. Fields and Ms. Davis over the last week. This is a challenging time to have two new board members come in the middle of budget cycle, because we haven't attended a single budget workshop and sat at the table and asked questions. So this is truly our first, open session to be able to ask questions, and you got a math nerd on the board. So I apologize. I know it's a lot more than you all, have been asked before necessarily. And so I thank you for your patience with me. I don't feel like we have enough data. I don't feel like the current financial picture, we have a very good one. We still have a lot of requests for information, and essentially, like I told you, you're asking me to write a really big check when I haven't checked the balance in my checkbook, and I don't know how much my employer is depositing in my paycheck tomorrow. But I'm supposed to write a check for X dollars, and I don't consider that something that the board should do. I think we need that full financial picture, because we have just asked so much of our teachers. And I won't say which school today. I was at a school today. I'll just leave it at that. And I was talking to a second grade teacher, and I'm like, wow, you've really moved from exhausted to burnout, haven't you? Because we're to the last, week of school. And she said, ma'am, we need a different word than that, because I'm past that. I am past burnout. ESSER money was originally intended as COVID money. It really was, not just for the kids, but it was for what we were asking our teachers to do. And the compounding nature of that, I know some amazing teachers who are giving up UIL next year, and they're giving up Garden Club, and they're giving up their department heads because they are burned out. And so, do I care what NEISD and Northside are paying? Sometimes I just don't, because I care about our family here. And if I feel like I don't know how much money I have, then I don't know how we're gonna make the best decisions to take care of our kids. And again, math nerd who's had 5 years of budgets laid out for the last week on my desk. And I see us consistently over budget and underspend, over budget, underspend. And this is even pre-COVID. We were always bringing in more property taxes, more local revenue, more interest on our investments, and always underspending to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. To bump these guys up to 5%, our staff up to 5%, that's a couple more million. If we're off by tens of millions every single year, and this board accepted risk last June, and they accepted a $25 million deficit risk. We didn't have a bond. We didn't know what was going on. We were in a state of chaos, but they were willing to accept this risk. And I feel like doing something a little more than this has even less risk than last year. And, the teacher I talked to today has had up to 26 kids in a classroom. And that's where, if I want educational outcomes, and Dr. Saunders will tell you, what is it? Human capital is our #1 asset. The learning happens with one teacher face-to-face with 21 of our little babies. And whatever I have to do to get that to 21, whatever the board, whatever risk, we got to weigh that risk to get that, we're not going to get our educational outcomes up if we cannot get the correct number of kids, and we have teachers who are consistently feeling like their compensation isn't enough, and they are burnt out. So I don't feel like I have enough data, because I don't feel like I have a really good idea what the financial status of our district is. So I don't feel like I'm ready to accept any of these options tonight.
I understand where you would be in a position where you couldn't accept any tonight. I will say this, is that there is money in the bank. There is, many of you have repeated that there's a lot of money in the bank. And I get that. And What we're saying is our job is simply to propose a budget. We feel like we've done that in terms of this compensation plan. We look to you to advise us on which way we should go. We think that we've carved out a path where we can prayerfully make this work. I will say that there's going to be some difficult decisions made down the road when we have to decide on the $6.5 million of positions that we created with funds that aren't in the local budget. And when the TASB survey comes back and says, hey, there's some things that you need to do, but we're prepared to meet that challenge. I would say that I think that we've proposed a good option based on the feedback that we received, not only from the board, from teachers, from surveys throughout the district that said these are the things that we're interested in. We've tried to cover those things. I think that it's best not to jump out there too far. I would remind the board that we went 6% when other districts went 1% last year. And now we're getting ready to propose another increase. So I know that we're competitive in our positions, and I know that we have a plan to get better. Also on the 21-to-1, we staffed for that. That is part of this compensation plan. So that's part of the proposal that we're giving you tonight. When we brought in all the campus administrators, we told them that that's what we're staffing them at, as well as 22-to-1 at middle and 23-to-1 at high school. So we've taken that into consideration. Now, when the students move in, we'll do our best to align for that, but we've already staffed those schools to have enough teachers to be able to meet the 21-to-1 ratio.
Ms. Davis?
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Eden.
What is our deadline?
The deadline is June 22nd is when we have our last board workshop to.
Okay.
And that's for the entire budget. Right now, today we're doing the compensation. Sure.
And Mr. Macias, can I point out that the surrounding districts around us did not put their compensation plan on their May board agendas? They are all waiting till June.
Well, and there's some that have a different fiscal year cycle, so they won't have to approve them until later. Yeah, ours,
September.
we need to be operational by July 1st. So I would say that, to Ms. Ryan's point, there's a lot that we're going to have to do. There's still a lot of information that we need to go through. I'm going to just say it on record, Ceci, I know you're not a CFO, but you've done a wonderful job to this point to really try to write it straight. And I say that because we still need to retain the CFO and our director and have that talent here to support you and to support the administration. So in the interim, I'm looking to work collaboratively to where we have something to tell our teachers and our employees that we're prepared to start at a minimum. I've given my assurances to my colleagues that we will still continue to look for other options because we have two very motivated new board members. I will tell you, it took me 2 board meetings to say anything. They're already talking. So they're motivated, and I appreciate that enthusiasm. But again, it's always good to have fresh perspective, and they certainly bring fresh perspective to this board. So we're not done. If we make a decision today on what option to take, I can just say that whatever option we decide, it is our base minimum. We're not going to go back in the 30 days and reduce it, whatever it is we select. It's going to be a starting point. If we find resources, we add more to it. Okay. I'm also very interested in those additional auxiliary things that Dr. Tagenall is leading in terms of our teacher task force that will be other added values that won't be related to salary, but will make our teachers happier and have a better work-life balance. It's important about giving that to them as well, because I've heard the same thing Ms. Ryan has said about beyond burnout, and that of course resonates with me. So the bottom line, these raises, they're not only because we want to keep up with inflation. It's because we want to be competitive and we want to appreciate our teachers. And so I just wanted to make sure that was clear in every sense of the word. So I'm going to go based on what our meeting looked like last week. We had a lot of affirmation for option 3. Today we're talking about option 4. I'm comfortable with option 4. The only thing I want to clarify is the way it's currently written, all professionals would get 3% as well? It wouldn't be 1 or 2%, it would be 3% for professionals?
The way it is currently written, yes. If we were to take the professionals that earn above 70,000 and give them 1% instead of 3. Well, I know, but I just think I'm trying to answer his question. I'm just trying to answer his question. Then the impact would be about 235,000, less than that. So I don't know that that would be a lot of cost savings if we were to do that.
So
Does that make sense?
would it be 235 times 3?
Yes, sir.
So it'd be 235.
If you were to not give them a percentage increase at all, yes, sir.
Okay.
235 times 3.
And I do say that again, because I've also had an opportunity to talk to some administrators and just get their candid feedback. And go ahead. What are you going to say?
I'm sorry, just for clarification.
Sure.
So if we were to, I'm going to say, may I repeat it one more time? If we were to just give a 1% increase, if we were to keep option 4 and just give a 1% increase to those who earn 70,000 or above, a 1% increase would reduce the cost of option 4 by $471,000. So
Yeah.
not a big reduction in that option.
Okay. I appreciate the clarity. That's what I was looking for. All right. I guess I will just get one more round, just because we got to wrap this conversation up for now, and of course continue it. So I'll start again with this time. I'll start with Ms. Knoyer. If you have anything else you want to add between 3 and 4, or any other options.
I just want to welcome our new board members to the juggernaut that is the legislative session. We never know. Every 2 years, we never know. And we have to go on rumor, proposed bills, what's out there, and our best guess. We're flying by the seat of our pants every 2 years because we don't know. And more than likely, there's going to be a special session, so that even delays it longer. But we can't make our teachers wait. We have to approve something tonight so that they know. That's something that we need to do for them so they know what they're going to make next year before they leave us here. So I will be supporting option 4. I will not support this 1% thing here. I want all of our employees to be valued and show that we value their hard work. Our administrators have had a crazy job. They're not only supporting parents and families, they're supporting their staff as well. I never wanted to be an administrator, and even more so now. So I want us to do that across the board.
Thank you, Ms. Knoyer. Ms. Rodriguez?
So a couple things. I know that this option 4 was asked for in the last meeting, and I also I'm hesitant to support anything tonight, and I know that sends a difficult message to our teachers right now who would love the clarity. But I don't want to leave unfinished business and come back and say, okay, now we've found more, because I think that there's a possibility that then maybe we don't have anything. So my preference would be to table this and come back to it. We've gotten a lot of information. I have a lot more clarity, and I am feeling more comfortable with option 4. But I think the other thing that makes me nervous, and I believe that our legal counsel is here to guide us through some of this if we choose to discuss this in closed session as well, that there is the possibility that if the legislature does approve a raise, that would be mandated, that it's on top of whatever we adopt tonight. And that makes me very, very nervous while I know it sends a powerful message to our teachers, it makes me nervous to not knowing what the impacts of that could be. I would lean towards, and I feel like our new board members may need a little bit more time to internalize the broader part of the budget. That's where I stand right now. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Eaton.
I will support 3 or 4. I'm leaning toward 4, but I want to make sure that the plan moves with it, the hard-to-fill plan,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
moves with it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I know there's uncertainty, but this is every time we do the budget. So, I don't want to keep people waiting, to figure out what they're going to do with the rest of their life because we can't make a decision.
Thank you, Ms. Eaton. Ms. King?
I don't mind supporting option 4 at this time. I like the fact that the hard-to-fill incentive was added on. And also, we're going to still be discussing, next month, on the 8th, until we adopt it. So there's still going to be more discussions.
Ms. Ryan?
I think I'm more in line with Ms. Rodriguez's point, which is I would feel much more comfortable if we actually got a budget workshop with the entire team of 8 and Ms. Davis and potentially maybe the new deputy be here by then, CFO, to really nug through and make sure everyone can wrap their mind around 24 ESSER positions and what that's going to mean for funding years from now, and exactly where all the marbles are. And the message I would prefer to send is that we are not going to leave a single stone unturned. We are going to keep looking for pennies and pennies and pennies until 8 people have said there's no more pennies left. And maybe there's no more to be had, but I don't feel like we've exhausted looking for it. And it's not like the other districts have passed theirs already, so it's not like they're shopping around because they don't it doesn't stop them from shopping around. And I talked to enough teachers during the campaign, and we've made promises before to go back and look at things, and the perception is we've kind of fallen through on those promises every once in a while. So I'm concerned that the messaging of, we'll go back and look at it, I promise, I promise, I promise. Whereas if we table, we know we're going back to look at it because it has to go back on the agenda. We have to pass it. It's not a promise, it's a regulatory requirement that we have to go look at the compensation package again. And let's restore that trust by giving us a little bit more time to go find literally every penny that is possible. And we can look you in the eye and say, we've done everything we can.
Thank you. Ms. Stanford?
It makes sense to me to hold and to look for more money, but my concern is, how would that translate to the teachers that are waiting? Are they willing to wait, or would they rather want to know something minimal tonight? Because I can see both sides of that. Would rather wait. Okay, I'm not supposed to do that. Okay. But I appreciate it.
No, that is correct, Ms. Stanford. Was that your comment?
Yeah, and that was very helpful, actually, because I can see both sides of the question. I like the idea of giving them some kind of base number tonight, so they know at least we're going to have that, but I also understand the question, will you really go and look? I mean, I would, Monica would, I think we all would, but I understand you're not sure. So if they're comfortable with waiting, then that also makes sense to me.
Thank you, Ms. Stanford. And what I will just add to it is that, Ms. Ryan, and to our employees, I can assure you we're not done looking at this. And so we will continue to evaluate the possibility to increase from this baseline. I mean, I'm putting that out there. This is not a done process. We have 2 new board members that are learning the process and working through this budget cycle. There will be more budget meetings. I may even request that we add an additional budget meeting So, sorry, I understand, Ms. Eaton. We just have to get to a sense of where we need to be. So I'll evaluate that and consider that with Dr. Fields. But I'm comfortable with making a decision, and I'm comfortable with continuing to support and evaluate what more we can do if we can, and I know that I will. Dr. Fields?
We need to make a decision, I feel, because our Human Resources Department needs to be able to attract new teachers and retain the teachers that we have. New Braunfels has passed their comp plan. So it's not like we're the only ones trying to get this done. I would say that if we want to come back after we look at this, we can increase it later.
Yes.
If there's a possibility to do that. But we are not the only district in the city of San Antonio or across the state of Texas that is in flux right now. You have to kind of build a plane as you taxi down the runway. Everyone is uncertain as to what the state legislature may do, but nobody's just standing still waiting. We still have to make this happen, and this is going to happen almost on an annual basis or every 2 years. So my recommendation would be that we've given you options here that we can select from. And if there's more that we can do later, and we will be bringing on Ms. Ryan, a CFO and a director. And if we find things going forward, then we will bring that to the board. I don't want anyone out there to think that we know that there's money that can be used to support employees of this district, and we're intentionally saying, no, we don't want to do it. That is not the case. If we find the money, we will bring it back to the board, and we will do the best that we can to take care of the employees in Judson ISD. But I would ask that we do something now to give our Human Resources Department an opportunity to go out and recruit and attract personnel to the district.
Well, thank you for that feedback. I'm going to make the motion then that we adopt option 4 for the employee compensation plan for 23-24.
Second.
A motion, I had Ms. King, slight second with a second. So now we'll do a roll call vote on this. I'll start with Ms. Canoyer. Ms. Canoyer?
Aye.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Ms. Eaton?
Aye.
Ms. Stanford?
No, I'm going to vote to hold.
Okay. Ms. Ryan?
Monica Ryan, no.
Ms. King?
Shatanya King, yes.
And my vote is also affirmative as well for this plan. Obviously, I do expect that we're going to continue to go forward and look at other opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on discussion and consider of action items number 9. So we're on letter A, a discussion and possible action regarding the approval of the engineering firm for the services related to the materials testing phase of the construction of the middle school number 6. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. Typically in a construction project, we have a geotechnical engineer come out with the design, and materials testing come out when we're getting ready to build the actual middle school or whatever project it is in the district. This is simply requesting that we approve the engineer firm for services, and we'll go back and negotiate with them exactly how much that's going to cost going through. But this is a routine item that goes along with the building of a facility, such as a middle school.
Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Well, I have a question and a comment. So just to name, when I was going over this agenda with Dr. Fields, for the new board members to understand why these particular items are standing alone for discussion rather than being on consent was due to us wanting to bring about transparency for how we're spending 2022 bond funds and making sure that those were discussed in open session. My question is, I noticed that there was only one vendor here that submitted a proposal, and so I'm curious how this compares to what we would maybe expect to pay or what we've paid in the past for similar services.
I checked on that, Ms. Rodriguez. Thank you for bringing that to our attention again about the bond funds. When you do the design, typically a geotechnical company comes out and does a sampling to determine what type of design they should build. And then now when you get ready to build, the materials testing company will come back, and usually the same company. And for this particular project, that would be Robert Kistner. They were there for the design, now they're there for the, yes, ma'am.
So that's why there was only one
Correct.
bid for this. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? May I have a motion on this?
I move we approve the engineering firm for the services related to the materials testing phase of the construction of middle school number 6.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Letter B, discuss and possible action regarding approving the education specification for elementary number 21.
Yes, sir. Mr. Macias, I remember that you said a while back where we needed to get educational specs. This would be the educational specifications, and we have pictures and designs of the company coming in for the design of the new elementary school, number 21. And this is simply saying these are the specifications we're going to use in designing and building that.
I was
Yes.
very impressed with it.
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions or comments? Can I have a motion?
I make a motion that we accept approve the educational specifications for
Thank you.
elementary school number 21.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Eden and Ms. King, for seconding. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That one carries. Letter C, discuss and possible action regarding approving the rankings of submittals for the request of competitive sealed proposal RFCSP 22-39, Hartman Elementary School, chiller replacement.
Yes, sir. This is actually from the 22 bonds as well. And the chiller needs to be placed over at Hartman Elementary. You can see the ranking of the 3 people that bid it. This was the lowest bid, and this is the one that we're recommending that we move forward with.
Are there any questions? Well, I'll go ahead and call this one. I move that we approve the rankings of submittals for the request of competitive sealed proposal RFCSP 22-39, Hartman Elementary School, chiller replacement.
Second.
Ms. King, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. All opposed? Any opposed? This motion carries. Letter D, discussion and possible action regarding the purchase of safety and security items related to the 2022 bond.
Yes, sir. Also a 2022 bond purchase. If you've been to any of the campuses, you've seen that new laptop that sits out front. You put in your number, it takes a picture of you and captures it. We're trying to increase that amount and have more at each campus, and this is simply trying to purchase more for the district.
I like that system.
It's pretty nice. I don't like having to wait for that picture.
Are there any questions?
Yes, so,
Ms. Ryan?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So like we only have one at each campus and sometimes it's a line, so this is like for more than one at some of our more high traffic campuses?
Correct. I will allow Ms. Gosh, I apologize, Dr. Gosh.
Doctor?
Newly appointed Dr. Gosh.
Thank you.
Is that correct, ma'am?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, good. I have stood in line, so you got me.
Absolutely.
Yep, we're
Yes,
good.
ma'am. So we are adding them to the campuses. They do have the capability to post the QR codes outside for parents to scan with their phones, but that will take some additional time as we get used to the new system. But most of the campuses need additional devices. We originally ordered a few extras to help with that, but most of them have asked for more, so we want to fulfill that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for this one? I had a question in regards to a more regarding safety and security. I did have the distinction of visiting all of our campuses, and I got a lot of stickers that I saved for my visits. But in addition to the additional iPads, there are other safety elements that need to be added. I don't need to know the specifics, but is there a timeline already for them set?
Yes, sir. So we have a timeline set out for those components, which include obviously the access control. The camera project is almost finished, and that was brought to you. That was the first project we brought. So it will continue through the summer as we go through and begin to add the additional cameras on the campuses. Obviously the visitor management system is one of those pieces. We have an RFP out currently for the access control for the buildings. So even though we did replace all of the existing access control across the district, we do need to add some, and that is part of this bond project, and so that is going out for bid as well right now. And so most of those pieces we are going to work through the next year. There are several items that we will have to work through over the course of the next 2 years, especially on the infrastructure and the back end side, but as far as the front-facing security features, most of those will be started this summer and closed out hopefully by the end of this, by December.
Would that include the air conditions in the gyms?
That would be a question that would have to go to Ms. Keaton. The air conditioning is not within my purview.
You can let us know.
Yes, sir.
You can let us know on that one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other, Ms. King, do you mind reading the motion?
I motion that we approve the purchase of safety and security items related to the 2022 bond.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Letter E, discussion and possible action regarding the approval of the Student Code of Conduct for the 23-24 school year.
Yes, sir. Typically, we put the entire Student Code of Conduct in the board book, and this time I asked Ms. Hilliard to come in and just speak to specific areas that were changing from last year to this year to give you a better understanding of the updates. She can go through those very quickly. So, Ms. Hilliard, do you have the PowerPoint loaded up? If it's not on there, Ms. Hilliard, you can just speak to them from do you have the printed copy?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Go ahead and speak from that.
So first, good evening to the board members, Dr. Fields, and senior staff. Thank you for this opportunity to share the revisions. As Dr. Fields said, typically we would have given you the entire student handbook and student code of conduct, but yes, can you hear, you can't hear me? I guess I'm tall, so I have to raise it up. So we're going to go through the memo that you were provided that have the highlights of the updates and also the deletions. And the page numbers are noted as well in the memorandums. So I'll start with the reason, the purpose of the revisions were, of course, the district, our goal is to prepare our students for success in society and also to promote a safe environment for our students as well, and also being in alignment with state law expectations and guidelines. The revisions of the student dress code, I want to assure you that we did have input from stakeholders to include parents, teachers, campus administration, as well as students, the Student Advisory Committee. And also the Student Code of Conduct, there were one item that we're going to go over that needed a revision. And the departments, various departments, updated the topics in the handbook regarding their areas that they are expertise in. There were a number of, or I'll say 2 or 3 items that were consistently a concern and shared by the parents, students, and teachers, and campus administration. And I'm going to go over that, and that's under our minimum attire standards. In our current Student Code of Conduct, we didn't specifically address pajamas and slippers, so that was a common issue that, a concern regarding the attire that was shared by the stakeholders that I met with. And we came up with a revision of the proposal that pajamas and bedroom slippers are not allowed to be worn except for designated activities approved by the campus principal. So, we have those designated days, things like that. And then another item that the committee, the groups had wanted more specifics with was the wording and using the words bottoms as far as referencing the clothing items. So they wanted us to be more specific and identify skirts and shorts instead of bottoms. And of course, they're to be below the mid-thigh. And then there were concerns about the single strap. And so they suggested that we implement a 3-finger measurement for that strap to prevent the bra strap from showing. And then one other consistent item with all the groups was a concern with the wearing of hair bonnets and wave caps. Of course, they all agreed that that is something that should be worn at night. And that's in preparation for when you come out to go to an outing and you remove that before doing so. So we thought that that was not appropriate.
Can I ask a question about
Sure.
this? So since we don't have the entire student handbook, I had a question about do we allow students to wear caps, like baseball caps and things like that?
That's the next.
Okay,
item,
got it.
yeah.
Because I was worried here about the regulation of things that typically Black students would wear. If we're saying no to all head coverings, I'm totally fine with it. But so I'll wait then, and we can come back to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and so the next item that I was going to get to would be the hoodies with the hoods and also the caps. This was an item that was added, I believe, or spoke to last year, and is currently in our student code of conduct and student dress code, where they are allowed to wear the hoodies. However, they can only wear their hoodies, the hood to the hoodies in the hallways. They're not allowed to be worn in the instructional classroom. We want to make sure that there's no opportunities for academic dishonesty or anything like that. We also want to make sure that the students understand that the hoodies cannot be cinched, closed while they're in the building, simply because, again, we want to provide a safe environment. I've had an experience where I've had to try to identify a student on a video while trying to make a decision in a hearing, and because the hoodie was cinched, it was hard for the administrators to identify those students. So that's something that we want to prevent to keep everybody safe. And regarding the one change in the student code of conduct, it was, we just basically, in the past and currently, whenever there is a decision made at a DAP hearing and the parent is not okay with that decision, right now they're able to appeal that decision. And it goes to that designee by the superintendent, where they will hear, and we call it an appeal hearing. So at this, we're proposing that they follow the complaint process. Once the hearing officer makes the final decision, that is it, and then they will follow our local policy regarding the complaint process. And that will be heard by the lowest administrator. And then there were other updates in the handbook regarding the different topics. That was done by the different people in the departments that are experts in these areas. And I'll just go over just one small change. The other changes are specified in your memo. For example, with parental rights and mental health care, basically was identifying the social worker to be included, to make sure that the social worker and the counselor are collaborating to make sure we have correct resources for students. And the absences and attendance, basically emphasizing the importance of attending school and also making sure parents are aware that those notes for absences are needed for documentation. And for the bullying, just clarifying the mental health effects of bullying. And also the career and technology education, CTE and work-based programs, just updating the names of those pathways or courses. And then the child sexual abuse, sex trafficking, and other maltreatment of children, basically adding who you can go to, who really oversees, and you can file a complaint or report that to. As far as college credit courses, basically updating by deleting those criteria that are no longer used for enrollment. And the emergent bilingual area, that was providing information about the Spanish Immersion Enrichment Program. So there's more clarification there for parents to be aware of that. The grading guidelines, basically grading, providing clarification for the guidelines per grade level. And then the special programs, there were some updates, for example, with the dyslexia handbook that we referenced, and also including who needs to be involved when there's a special ed referral and who would be notified when that referral happens or is requested by a parent or the campus. And those are the revisions that I have so far to present. Are there any questions?
Ms. Ryan? Ms. Ryan, then I'll have Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay. You said parents were consulted on this. I know the students were talked to at the SAC because my daughter came home and complained about pajama pants, and I told her that's the way it's supposed to be. But which of our committees or forums did you use to talk to parents about their opinions on this?
Well, we were able to identify parents of students at different levels, elementary, middle, and high. And we had a good number of representatives of parents that were able to go to the campus as they drop their students off and be able to speak to some of the observations that they had.
Okay.
And so they shared that information.
Okay. And then I had heard a couple, like the complaint process, the wording that's in there talks about go to as appropriate. That a couple of our campuses, the principals had put together like a flow chart and had very specific ways to address concerns within their campus. Like you must go to the teacher first, and then you must go to the assistant principal, you must go to the principal. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but is that something we have or should look at standardizing? Because again, we know a lot of parents just don't know who to call, and they don't understand chain of command, and that there's ways to address issues on up, but maybe in, some of your leadership with the principals and they're sharing good ideas this summer, as part of their PD. If somebody's got something that seems to be working, then let's jump on it if it's in compliance, with the code of conduct.
And it is.
We can definitely do that. I'm not comfortable with the must part.
Yeah.
People are always encouraged, even when they come to central office.
Correct.
We say, have you talked to the principal
Yeah.
yet? On some things, but then on other things, we're glad you came directly to us, and then, so we don't want to make it a must thing, but I agree wholeheartedly. We need to
It's a good thing.
Exactly.
You follow this,
Exactly.
somebody's doing something, but I don't even know.
resolve it at the lowest level. Yes,
Yes.
I agree.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes. Okay, I'm going to come back to this. So first of all, I appreciate the inclusive process that you've done to put these edits together and getting student input and parent input. And the line that I'm going to point out is, I think, completely unintentional in the way that it's presented. But I went back to the one about hair bonnets and wave caps, and it said, this is one bullet point: student hairstyles must be groomed appropriately and may not be offensive in nature. Hair bonnets and wave caps are not allowed to be worn during the instructional day. I think that I think that unintentionally might imply that wave caps and bonnets are offensive. And there's a time and place for them, and I agree with you. And I wonder if maybe taking that piece and combining it with the language about pajama bottoms might be a better option to make it feel more equitable, that we're not targeting a specific group of students that might have offensive ways of presenting themselves. But truly, it's just, this is about time and place and things like that.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that suggestion.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. So, I'm sorry, Dr. Fields? We're going to get the motion. So may I have a motion on this item?
I move that we approve revisions to the current JISD Student Handbook and Student Code of Conduct for the 2023-2024 school year.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. So before we get to our discussion items, I do want to bring back the superintendent report. I know we have some presentations that we'd like to have presented, Dr. Fields, so go right ahead.
Yes, sir. One of the things that came up during our board discussions was, what is the plan, to your point, Ms. Eaton, about recruiting for those hard to hire areas like special education, bus drivers, and so on. So I asked Ms. Nava to put together a brief presentation on exactly where those are and our plans to recruit for those areas. So, Ms. Nava. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Board President, members of the board, Dr. Fields, and senior staff. This evening, we'll be sharing with you a condensed overview of the current vacancies and recruitment plan that we have going on in human resources. We initiated in February, but this will extend all the way till the end of the 23-24 school year. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so our goal in human resources is to recruit and hire quality staff that is going to ensure our district mission is achieved. We're going to go over just an overview of the vacancies. The recruitment plan, we'll talk about job fairs that we host at Judson ISD and some general strategies for all the vacancies, as well as some targeted strategies for those high-need areas. In looking at the the vacancies overall here in areas of the professional auxiliary, this data is from May the 10th. We had 155, which was the annual rate at about $9.2 million. On the auxiliary side, we had about 160 vacancies, which is about 3.78 for a total of almost $13 million. Again, just a reminder that this data is from the 10th, and our data right now is very fluid because as our principals are recommending and transfers are open right now, some are letting us know they're retiring and they've already submitted those, so it's very fluid for us right now. And we did host a job fair on May the 6th, which we were able to extend offers to 41 candidates for teaching. We will also just go over very quickly by fund type. And when we talk about funds, of course, as you know, we talk about our local fund and categorical funds. And the categorical funds are going to be our title monies, state comp ed monies, as well as any specific grants that Judson ISD has received. And we also are going to talk about the Child Nutrition Fund, and as we know, that comes from the Department of Agriculture, and who receives that from the federal side. So if we look at the area on professionals, we have 140 vacant positions that have come out of local funds for $8.2 million, a little over that. We have 15 that come out of those categorical funds, just under $1 million for, again, that total a little over $9.2 million. On the auxiliary side, out of local funds, we had about 130, a little over $3 million, 19 positions that fell under the child nutrition, and that was a little over $400,000, and 11 positions that fell under those categorical funds was a little over that, a little under the 300,000 mark, again, for that almost $13 million. The 11 categorical under auxiliary, the majority of those were our police officer vacancies. And again, you have a very, very detailed report in your packet that will break down that even further for you. And as Dr. Fields mentioned, there have, in the last couple of board meetings and in the budget workshops, there's been questions, well, what are we doing to recruit? How are we going to make sure that we have the staff that we need so that our children have a teacher on that first day of instruction? So we're going to talk about some job fairs that are going to be hosted by Judson ISD and general strategies and targeted strategies for those high-need areas. So we have hosted one job fair this year on May the 6th, and again, we extended 41 to 41 candidates. We're looking at having a job fair again on June the 27th for teachers, and potentially another one on July 11th, depending on the needs. And that is, we're trying to pre-schedule that for July 11th because our deadline for anyone to resign without any penalty is July the 3rd. On the auxiliary side, we're going to host on the 27th, so it'll be a combo, a teacher/auxiliary job fair, and then another one on the 19th. So far, we've attended 9 job fairs from February through May, and our return on investment from job fairs is measured in our exposure. During some of these university job fairs, we're able to drop off what we call JISD swag, and that's that cookie that you found there. And so we were able to collaborate with our wonderful communications department that are our marketing people and gave us wonderful ideas, and we collaborated together. And what we did was, well, everybody knows feeding people is great. And so some of these job fairs were actually full. And so I attended a couple in the Valley. That's where I come from. And so because I was an alumni, I was allowed to stand outside even though they were full, and I got those college kiddos' attention with the cookies. And so that card that you see on each side has a QR code, and they scan that, and the first thing that it does, it sends them to our page. We have a Google Doc, and they register there, or it also gives them information on our District of Innovation exemption from having that teacher certification. Another thing that we did at the job fair in Corpus Christi, actually, because they do have a very good nursing program there, was that I took some of those cookies to the nursing department, and I asked the dean if she could possibly hand those out, and so those were given out to nursing students. So, maybe they don't want to go directly into that medical field and they want to be a school nurse. At these job fairs, we are, not only is there districts that are from Texas, private schools, but we are also now competing with other states coming to our Texas job fairs. We saw Las Vegas, Nevada, California, Alaska, New York, and so it's gotten a little bit more competitive. However, even though there's a good pool of students, the competition is still very high, and so that's why we want to continue to hold our own job fairs at Judson ISD as well. So some of the recruitment strategies that we're looking at, and these are general strategies. So we've collaborated again with the communications department for promotional materials and marketing on social media. We were able to allocate some funds this year for print and digital advertising, and so far for the 23-24 year, I have submitted a marketing advertising for $10,000 under the HR budget. We've increased presence on social media, and we're going to continue to do that. LinkedIn, our district social media sites, and as well as professional and international associations. We use the external job fair registration QR code again to create a database so that we have targeted recruiting. And so when individuals come to our booth, we have a card there where they will scan that QR code and they register. And again, that brings it to a Google Doc. And when we come back to the district, we share that with principals so that they already have access to these individuals and, potentially bring them in for interviews. We're going to build and maintain relationships with department leaders from universities to share our DOI exemption information. So just because the job fairs that we go to is the majority of the people that come to that are individuals that are graduating with a degree in education. Well, that doesn't mean that somebody that isn't going to be an educator is not interested in being a teacher. We can go to the College of Engineering, we can go to the nursing, depending on our needs, and encourage that because thanks to the board, we have that exemption to where we can bring these individuals in, with the exception of bilingual and our special ed. So some targeted recruitment strategies for high-need areas. We were able to obtain a list from one of the biggest producing teachers, Texas State University, and we who did complete that degree, and we were able to email those students with the District of Innovation exemption information as well as our vacancy list, and we have done that with them. We've communicated with ACP programs to obtain a current list of individuals that are in the alternative certification program. And again, we provide that list of exemption information on our website. For the auxiliary side, we're going to be visiting with some CDL training programs to promote our transportation vacancies and how we have paid training for our bus drivers and monitors. Places like Southern Careers Institute, Good Careers Academy, and the Alamo Truck Driver Training. We're going to include the special education paraprofessional vacancies information with the graduates from the surrounding area universities as well as the ACP program, because perhaps someone just doesn't want to take that leap yet into a full classroom. They can definitely start off as a paraprofessional. Any questions for me?
Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you. I thank you for all of this, and I have noticed I have a lot of friends who are looking for jobs right now, and so I've been very active on LinkedIn, and I've noticed much more of a presence from Judson on LinkedIn, so I appreciate that. I can see the efforts there. A question I had was, is the resign by date consistent across all the school districts in the Bexar County area, just to make sure that this June 27th one is hitting them early enough to where they could accept an offer and then resign from their district if they wanted to come to Judson ISD?
Well, actually, it fluctuates a little bit depending on your start date.
Right.
So there's a certain amount of time that we have to go by, which is 30 days before the first instructional day.
I think it's 45.
Well, actually, it's still 30.
Okay.
What SBEC has shared with us is that they are not going to look at any board recommendation for, a violation of that contract for 15 days.
Okay.
So it's still the 30 days, but there's that flexibility of the 15 days.
But a person would still have to break their contract in like if they've accepted a job with Judson ISD, they have to communicate to their district 45 days. That still stands, right? Or
It's 30 days.
Got it.
But if let's say we have someone that on the 37th day came, we would have to submit that to SBEC to put a sanction on the certificate. What SBEC says is they're not going to look at those 15 days.
Okay.
They're not going to consider it. But they do have to submit a resignation with that district in order to come to a contract with us.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I think that was my only question.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Ryan?
Yes, thank you for all the backup slides. I'm a math nerd like details, so thank you. It was nice to read ahead of time. Have we worked with any of the on-base transition centers or any of the on-base job fairs that they hold for transitioning soldiers and airmen, especially when we're looking for police officers, CDL, and those types of things? May not help us too much unless you find some lieutenants with degrees who maybe want to become teachers. But there's usually quite a few who do decide to stay in the San Antonio area, and they may come with a little bit of a skill set, and the closer they get to that transition date, every job starts to look really, really good. So, and a lot of them do separate in the summer because of, just kids in rotations type things. So that may be another avenue. I know y'all are a very small department and you're limited on how far you can spread yourself, but that may be something that Randolph or Fort Sam, because they do hold giant job fairs, like hundreds of, vendors coming. So just another option.
Yes, thank you for sharing. We'll definitely look at that.
Ms. Stanford?
Yeah, did you say that you had determined an ROI on your job fairs?
Yes, so what we do is that is the ability for us to actually attract not only current candidates, but perspective, because when we go to these job fairs, for the first hour, it's the ones that are graduating, and then they encourage their juniors to come in, and then the last hour, it's our sophomores. So even though it's not necessarily that we've hired someone there, but we've already put our name out there. We've already shown them, what Judson has to offer, and you know, possibly when we go back the next year, they're, you know, they're seniors now and they remember us and they come back. But we still have them scan that QR code so that we have their data and we're watching that and we're keeping that Google Doc live.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say, too, that a great presentation, very thorough, and yes, I'll echo Ms. Ryan's point as well. In advance, we received the presentation, and it was very well written. I guess my one question would be the audit that we had last year of HR. There were some recommendations that were put forward in that entire document. Were some of those recruitment recommendations incorporated in this presentation? I can't remember what the audit said. That's why I'm asking.
There were a couple of things that they recommended, and one of those was for us to have something like what we're doing with the QR code. That's why I say it's in the infancy stage, just to keep that list active and that we're not solely relying on who's applying on Talented, but that we're utilizing lists from ACP, Region 20, and universities, and we're sharing that data. And so instead of just waiting for someone to apply, we actually gather that data before, and then we're able to share that with principals.
And then in terms of the recruitment, just refresh my memory if I missed it, targeting paraprofessionals and substitutes to come into the fold, was that referenced here and then I missed it, or is that something that we're also considering as another outlier for recruitment?
So for paraprofessionals, beyond the job fairs that we're having, we're also encouraging individuals that maybe not ready to be in the classroom and they kind of want to do a year as a paraprofessional. So we still give them our DOI information. We still encourage them to apply on the high needs area, which is a special ed paraprofessional.
Are there any other questions? No. Ms. Stafford.
How would you say we're doing? How do you feel? Are we getting good interest in
We are,
applicants?
luckily, our senior staff, we did our staffing early, and so our principals knew their vacancies and what they needed to do, and we were already hiring by April the 1st, so we got a really big jump on that. Our numbers are fluctuating. You know, we were down to 114, and then we had like 20 exits come in for retirement, but we have, right now in the queue, the last I checked, we had about 45, and so we're working those. We've already issued out contracts for next year, not just for our staff, but people that we're bringing. We just haven't done the formal onboarding, signing of documents because we're waiting for our year to close out on the system for our rollover, and then we'll be able to enter all that data.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's good news.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. Next, we also had some concerns or questions about our new position that was created at the beginning of the year for our diversity and equity. I asked Ms. Dr. Johnson to come in and just give a brief presentation on exactly how we were going to move forward in the next 5 years in this position. So, Dr. Johnson.
Greetings, Board, Superintendent Fields, folks who are still here with us. I will keep it brief. I know that the time is late. So it is my understanding that the creation of the position was to highlight systemic practices that could be improved to produce more equitable, inclusive environments for students and also more comparable outcomes for a diverse community of practice. These are our students. And so to begin, I wanted to revisit our mission and vision. I'm not going to read them to you. I don't read to adults. But ultimately, our mission and vision are aimed at preparing students for success in life, not just in a class, not just for a year, not just for a test, but for life. And if we honestly believe that, then Dr. Fields and I sat down and talked about my role as an advocate dedicated to supporting the mission and the vision of Judson ISD. You all know that I'm a Judson parent, so I believe in this mission and vision. And so we developed a way to support that, educating all learners to high academic standards. Standards meaning our expectations for students. We should never prepare our minds to lower expectations for students given their circumstances or situations. We still can maintain high expectations for all students, and then they perform to the best of their ability. So a brief review of what I've been up to this year, really building relationships. I mean, I've heard that earlier tonight, but with district campus leadership, staff, visiting campuses, going to events, DSBC, ESAC, SSAC, all of the SACs, campuses, and really wanting to know the students, wanting to know the community, all the coffee talks in the beginning, just to kind of hear from the people. They want to meet you and they want to talk to you and kind of find out what you're going to be up to. And they really do just not spill, but share. They're so glad that you're here because pools, and I'm like, I have no idea about what to do with pools, but we can talk about it. But really advocating for all voices, right? So on top of that, I've had several speaking engagements. That's kind of what I put up there. And really moving around, even in the top right-hand corner. Teaching, I jumped in one day for some of our new teachers. So really kind of identifying firsthand what our needs are in regards to equity, diversity, and inclusion. Diversity happens, and I'd like to just establish that. Diversity happens. We are not recruiting students because of their ethnicity. So diversity happens, but inclusion is intentional. Equity is an intentional act, and all of that is based on empathy and best practice. And so that is where we're going to be moving. And it's already happening, but we want to be laser focused. I've heard several times recently. So I've been looking at policies and data review. Our previous board member, Mr. Rafa Diaz, when we brought up the SWIMBY policy of being able to award points and on the bond monies for small minority women business enterprises. That's a step in the right direction. So when we apply that to our students, it goes even further. Also, that last point of developing local, state, and national partnerships related to equity, we have opportunities to partner with school districts nationally, locally, statewide, that are working on the same equity issues that we are. They want the best for their students. And so a lot of the resources and training and templates and models that we'll be using are free of cost to us, and I'm all about free. The more resources we can get for limited allocation of funds. So our goals for success, we have 6 goals of educational equity that we'll be looking at over the next 5 years. If I start to sound like Speedy Gonzalez, please just stop me. It's the California in me. The first is comparable high academic achievement and other student outcomes. So we want to look at disparities among our student populations, including learners who are considered in at-risk situations, special education students, emergent bilingual groups, and then also by racial demographics, because we do have opportunity gaps between different student groups. Goal 2 is equitable access and inclusion. And again, we kind of add the B of belonging. We want every student to feel like they belong in Judson ISD. We talk about hashtag Judson ISD family. So we want to make sure that there is no barrier to any academic program that a student chooses to seek. We act as gatekeepers sometimes, so we would like to see increases in enrollment that kind of mirror our student population across gifted and talented, advanced academics, and by that I mean like Algebra 2 completion. If a student is not ready to go to college when they finish high school, we still want them to be able to access that without remediation and paying for a class that they're not going to get credit for. We would like to see students, as is appropriate to the student, AB, IB programs, and dual credit. I was looking at the data, and dual credit sometimes benefits students more than an AP class. So we want to make sure that they have equitable access to those programs. Also, our innovative courses and extracurricular activities. When we look at goal 3, we're talking about equitable treatment. And this one really promotes culture and climate. And those are 2 different things. Climate establishes the way we do things in Judson. Culture is how we enact it. And so we have policies that say how we will treat students. but we also need some professional development and training and coaching up of individuals to really live what we say we're going to do. That creates culture. And so there will be some professional development. There already has been. We did a March Madness when we were talking about flex days, and I had to learn what a flex day was, and because it doesn't apply to me, but I saw it as a great opportunity. I talked to senior staff, and they were like, do it. And so I offered 10 courses that were all about an hour and a half each. It was all asynchronous. I know we don't like that word anymore, but it was all asynchronous. And I had a survey. So I'll be going through the survey results. It's very much like our panorama and also the surveys that Dr. Tagadog puts out, but it was related specifically to the courses. And I will send you the list, or send it to Betty to send to you if you'd like to see the list of courses. But I do have to share that we had over 3,700 hours completed in those 2 sessions. And I did all the math. I have a math background, ladies. So we had, on average, 250 people register and complete the 10 courses. And there were some as high as, I think my highest enrollment in one course, it was number 1, they were going in order. 374 down to maybe 150, but still on average, it's 250 people taking a section, and they had to complete 8 to get their full 12 hours. But I just thought that was remarkable that in 1 month, 3,700 hours of professional development around equity, diversity, and inclusion. I hadn't shared that with senior staff yet either. I figured that out last night. So I just thought that was a great lead in to what is to come. I've already had requests for de-escalation techniques and positive classroom environments and restorative practices. And so those are some of the trainings that we will be offering this summer and in the fall. Again, high expectations for all students. That has to be a growth mindset. We have to believe that all of our students are able to reach their capacity. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Is it possible for us, or for, at least I would be interested in taking
Absolutely.
the course that you offer?
I should ask, is that okay? Okay, so absolutely. I will definitely make sure that you know when sessions are going to be held. And that's really like my love language is professional development around these topics. It is what I truly live for. Because I've seen that, we definitely have high academic standards. Working under, I guess alongside Dr. Duhart-Toppin and Dr. Saunders, I know we have sound curriculum, and I'm a curriculum person. I know we have sound curriculum, but the way that we implement it requires some panache in regards to building relationships and engaging all learners and making sure that we're differentiating instruction. Using those equitable resources, I would also say what's missing from some of the lists is like gifted and talented. Gifted and talented students generally are not our low-performing students, but they do also deserve focused attention on keeping them engaged. I was a GT kid, so I understand, but we definitely want to make sure that we're ensuring that all of our students are being provided instruction that helps them reach success. And so again, in our specialized programmatic quality areas, we would be focusing on students who are traditionally underserved, but not forgetting the students who are usually high performing. And our last goal is about accountability. And this is at a lot of different levels. In order for us to expect teachers to hold themselves to high standards and hold their students to high standards, we have to support them through that. And so I was alternatively certified. This is year 28 that I'm finishing. I was one of the swim kids instead of the sink kids. I stuck it out. I've been a curriculum specialist, a teacher, department chair, academic coach, but I had great coaching. And so when we talk about communicating expectations, that's for behavior and academic performance. Academic behaviors, taking our notes, doing our homework, preparing for exams. Students will rise or fall to the expectations we set for them. That goes for academics and behavior, but it has to come from our heart. So we really want to provide some foundational professional development experiences, especially for our new hires that we will see in the fall. We're also going to be offering some courses during the summer professional development offerings and then throughout the year. And again, data, that's where we live and breathe, is making sure that we are progressing. And so my final slide is around measurable outcomes. We intend to form a task force. I kind of call it a council, like an equity council. And it won't just be for academics, it will be for school climate. There will be a parent engagement component. All of the areas that we know it takes to create this special place that I just believe Judson ISD can be a beacon for other districts. We're just the right size and just the right place. So it's all about student achievement though. And so if everything points to student achievement and their success. And so that is my last slide. Any questions?
Is there any questions? Ms. Stafford?
You did in your presentation answer one of my questions, and I thank you for that.
I made an attempt to.
I was looking for the gifted and talented to be.
Yes.
Because I've had parents tell me that they feel they're left out a lot of times. And that we just over-focus on everyone else. So I appreciate that, that they're included too.
Absolutely.
A quick question was regarding some of our partners, because I was looking into them, and I couldn't find, and maybe it's not a company, I don't know, I couldn't find the Equitable Education Collaborative.
It is a portion, it is a subgroup, if you will, a collaborative of educators across San Antonio. So we partner, we're part of what's called the Future Ready Plan. Up Partnership is an organization, they used to be called P16, and now they're a partnership, and they're like a backbone organization. So they bring partners together, and they host and facilitate sessions. One of those is like My Brother's Keeper, which is under the Obama Foundation. We were part of that, which is how we got into the Restorative Practices Collaborative, which in my former job I used to provide training for, and that's where restorative practices come from. And then the Equitable Educational Collaborative is a group that, as part of it, there's diplomas, there's it's, oh my gosh, it's about the bell. I cannot remember in my mind right now because I'm just
Excel
tired.
Beyond the Bell.
Excel Beyond the Bell. Thank you. I knew Jennifer would know. It's called Excel Beyond the Bell. It's their after-school programs. So what they do, like there are over 100 partners who have signed on to this Future Ready Plan, and the goal is that by 2030, 70% of Bexar County, San Antonio and Bexar County youth would have a post-secondary enrollment or enrolling in a credentialing program. And that takes a lot. And so when you look at the partners, and I'm going to send Dr. Fields, I answered your questions, and so it's in there, and I sent you some links so that you could identify them. Yes, I'll send them to him, and he can send them to you.
Okay.
And so some of these partners are like the Bexar County Chamber, like the San Antonio Chamber, the Mayor's Office, the Charles Butt Foundation, the San Antonio Area Foundation, all 5 of the Alamo colleges, 4 of our local universities, 7 other school districts, and a barrage of others. Some are community nonprofit partners, some are business organizations. And so it's a huge collaborative that is just trying to make sure that San Antonio youth are successful when they finish high school.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm interested in attending some of your presentations as well. Can you give us a quick idea of what's involved in a professional development?
On DEI?
From a DEI perspective, yes.
And I saw the question. So again, diversity happens. So we talk about what diversity is in the sense of it leads to the other pieces. So I usually say DEI and B, which is diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Belonging and access as well. Diversity is what we get, like right now in the room, how we might be diverse in multiple ways. Equity is a goal to make sure that there are equitable outcomes, regardless, or I should say inclusive of our personal circumstances. When we talk about inclusion, we want to make sure that people have, our students, our families, have equitable access to resources, instruction, high quality instructional materials, programmatic quality, technology, that we are equitable in our distribution of our resources. So even with GT, that you do want to establish that you have a strong GT program, but you also want to make sure that your emergent bilinguals and all multilingual students are receiving what they need. Then when we get to the belonging piece, it is through access to these programs that everyone finds their place. That is the ultimate goal, that everyone finds their place, their niche, so that they can be successful. Because we're not made the same, and thank God we're not. I know my mom was glad there were not two of me. But the goal is that they would all find their place, their sport, their academic. My son is a gamer, but we want to make sure that we talk about being engaged in school. We need the hook. So we have to provide a multitude of resources and opportunities for them to engage with school so that they can be successful in their academics. So the kind of trainings we're talking about are building relationships, not always through restorative practices, but establishing classroom expectations and routine and positive academic behaviors, how to self-regulate, social emotional reflection. I will send you a list, but it all develops into how to support students academically, behaviorally, and emotionally.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. One thing that came up this week, and I know you and I talk a lot about this, equitable day for a kid, from the time they're picked up from the bus through what they eat for breakfast, the quality of the teacher, the quality of the desk, everything, soup to nuts. It has to have some intention at being equitable from one end of the district to the other, unless we make deliberate. There's certain things that we deliberately don't do. We teach more arts at Olympia Fine Arts because they're a fine arts academy. That's a deliberate choice to do that, and we only teach P-Tech at Judson. Those are intentional. But I met a good 20 or 30 art teachers at the art fair on Wednesday and found out we unintentionally have a few schools not funded for an art teacher, or I know it's complicated how we fund those, but because there's choices, I guess, that get made between an extra second grade teacher or an art teacher, but to see many of our schools have them, and a couple, and this wasn't a baby school either, like a tiny in Swise that didn't have an allocation. This was a almost 700 capacity school that is probably somewhere in our mid-ish range of socioeconomic, I would guess. I haven't seen all those numbers. So if in addition to GT, those types of programs, if your task force can look at that too, because, a lot of art supports brain development into math and reading and
No, absolutely.
everything else.
STEAM.
So,
It's part of STEAM. And there will be an overview of data that looks at how many students are enrolled in specialized programs. So all of the specialized programs.
thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Yes, Ms. King?
Okay, so it's great to hear about the courses for professional development that is provided. That's exciting to hear, and I would love to be able to be a part of that as well.
Absolutely.
Be able to take those. Also, you said about the task force. So who is part of the task force? Has that been created?
It has not been created yet, but I have. So I haven't
in the
created them here in Judson. I've created them around the southern region, and there have to be community members, parents, students, teachers, and staff. I always say teachers and staff, because not every employee of Judson ISD is a teacher, and so it's in order to be equitable. We want to know, just like we talk about during the compensation plan, you have people from every part of education. The task force would be the same.
Awesome, thank you.
Absolutely.
Are there any other questions? Ms. Rodriguez?
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation.
Absolutely.
I think, as I was hearing you talk about these goals, I find them this is exactly what we should be about as a district. You can take the words diversity, equity, and inclusion office off of here, and this is really living into the spirit of our board goals and constraints that we've set, and really setting the vision for who we want to be as a district and the outcomes that we're aiming towards. So thank you for that. And I don't have any specific questions other than I'm looking forward to seeing what the measurable outcomes are And I assume like that will be grounded in first a baseline of where we are, right? Like
Absolutely.
where are we recognizing where we're not meeting these goals right
Right.
now, and so that we can address that. I know that goes without saying, but like I'm just
No, it
recognizing.
doesn't. You gotta say it
I'm like,
sometimes.
of course that's what we do, but so thank you. I'm excited about what this what comes next and what this can achieve. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Dr. Johnson, thank you, sir. Dr. Johnson, thank you so much for this presentation. I asked about it because I was interested in seeing where the program was going and what was being done and what the plan was to move us forward. So thank you so much, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I'm very pleased with this, and I look forward to
glad to
taking
hear
some of
that.
those.
Ms. Canoyer?
Thank you for the presentation. I agree that we have needed some attention to some of these details. It's very easy to see the big picture and not look at how we drill down to the individual student in the classroom and making sure that we are offering those things. And so the fact that we have somebody who's now going to move forward with this, I've been kind of wondering what you all were doing, what you were doing this school year as you kind of settled in and yeah, investigating, because you got to know what the issues are. You can't fix what you don't know about.
Right.
And I say that a lot. So I appreciate this, and I look forward to more reports bringing to our attention where you're moving forward.
Thank you. May I say one thing? I just wanted to share that during the interview process, one of the questions that was asked, like the final question was kind of like, what did I think the barriers to the position might be? And I just want to share with you, my answer was tradition. I'm a strong believer in tradition, but there are some things that we may have to get uncomfortable with. But if it's for the betterment of our students in our district, then, and I just want to say to the senior staff and to the board, we are already doing that. We are keeping the ones that we should, and I feel like we're really addressing areas of need that I think are just going to make our district even better, stronger. So I just wanted to say that.
We've talked about the Judson Way a
The
lot
Judson Way.
in Judson, but the Judson Way has to grow and change
There you go.
with our people that we
Yes,
have,
ma'am.
our little ones that we have.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Well,
you all.
I also want to say that I appreciated your presentation, and I guess I do appreciate the fact that there's discussion from my colleagues about the metrics, about the
Yes,
measurable goals,
absolutely.
because everything needs to be quantified. I mean,
Absolutely.
what does that look like? So I would say, have you had an opportunity to look at districts outside of San Antonio or Bexar County that may have a similar position to yours? And what have they started to do to kind of give a sense of what direction they're going?
Well, I coached a lot of them in other states, and unfortunately, that wasn't it's just because it's usually they end up being, it's a very difficult position to be in, especially when you're in Mississippi or Alabama. It's very different. And because we don't really have any local San Antonio, like they have the position, but I don't believe it's still unfilled. But there are some that I'm identifying through LinkedIn. You said LinkedIn. I'm searching where they are. A lot of them are more at the university level, a lot of K-12s are not taking this leap, especially in Texas. And so again, I commend Judson for doing that. But I am looking, and because I also want to make sure that we're in the same, that we're comparable. Like I have associates in Miami-Dade, but they have 365 schools. That is not what we want to compare ourselves to. But I do have a framework that goes through different programmatic equity, teacher quality, things like that we can use as our baseline. And so we would want to measure ourselves, and it's kind of difficult to compare ourselves to someone else. But I am looking for at least 3 other districts that are very similar to us, but they may not have the position.
Well, I can just tell you, my biggest ROI is classroom performance.
Absolutely.
And so if you can already tap into what impact you're making in the classroom, to identify what students need on the southern end of our district, or the whole gamut. We're an open district, so we have students who live by Wagner, but they go to Veterans Memorial.
Right.
I mean, there still needs to be some support there. And anyway, I look forward to additional information, and just thank you so much for the
Thank
presentation.
you. Thank you all.
We have one more
One more
question
question.
before you go. Ms. Stanford?
Yeah. I just wanted some real brief clarity, because we can go into it more in depth later, but of what the restorative and responsive practices are and how those are exercised in the classroom. What's a snapshot of that? How does that look?
So we have 3 cohorts that have been through restorative practices training. So 2 of them were with Up Partnership, and the training, the facilitators of their training is a group from Chicago called Umoja. And I also went to that one. I've also been to USCD, and I've also been to UT Austin. So I've been trained 3 different ways. And it's all based on the original work from the California, Oakland Unified School District. And so there's responsibility, there's reintegration, there is respect, there is obviously, like the restorative piece of it is when a student gets in trouble. There are conversations that you have rather than being immediately punitive. And so that is consistent. And what most campuses are working on, regardless if they've been trained 3 years ago, because there's always turnover, attrition, regardless of where they are in the program, they're probably staying at the circle, which is it's a community circle for developing relationships. There's decision-making. You can use a circle for reviewing information. So it can be used academically. It can be used to make a decision on what candy to have at the party. Well, we don't do that. I'm sorry.
Like a discussion circle?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we don't do. We do. Okay, I was like, oh, wait, we don't have parties. But no, but the majority of it, the restorative piece of it is to build relationships so that if someone does behave inappropriately, that you can have a conversation about it and that they take responsibility for it. And they can also, and make amends, and that they can also, if they become dysregulated, that they learn how to calm themselves. They learn, like, they can think it through. It's really a problem-solving strategy. But a lot of it is about building community, and you don't want to harm your own community. And so I hate to say generic, but that is the broad scope of what restorative practices is for. Building classroom community, then building a school culture where we respect each other, where we interact in positive ways. And so it's not a discipline approach. It's to develop student empathy for each other that happens to benefit us with reduced discipline occurrences. I have to be very clear about that. It is not how we address discipline.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Ms. Stafford did remind me of the one thing that I forgot to ask, our comment on equity in the sense of social-emotional.
Mm-hmm.
And so, again, we have students that would require potentially different support. So you're tapped into that as well, I suppose.
Yes, I work very closely with Monica Garcia and the Student and Family Support Services around SEL. They're doing 7 mindsets. They're doing restorative because it depends on the grade level.
Sure.
So working with the counselors and the social workers to, again, those regulation habits of mind to self-regulate, and like coping mechanisms, and not using a vape pen or not being destructive. So all of those help our students be more successful academically through behavioral supports. And so, yes.
All right, well, thank you once
Absolutely.
again. Appreciate it.
Sure.
I'm sure it looks like we're good. Oh, I have one more question. I'm kidding. I don't. Thank you again for the presentations, Ms. Nava and Dr. Johnson. So the next agenda item is intruder detection audit findings. I just wanted to say that there is a corrective plan for Judson High School and Ed Franz Leadership Academy. So I'd like to move on to item B, update on board training, conferences, events, and board committees. I'll start over at Ms. Knoyer. Do you have any updates?
You want my list?
I know it's a list.
I started making a list today of everything I've done since the last board meeting, and it's extensive. Veterans Memorial Sports Banquet, Wagner High School Boys Sports Recognition, 2 Judson High School Sports Banquet, the FFA Banquet, the All Academic Banquet, the Circle of Excellence. I've been eating a lot. I went to the musical that Veterans Memorial put on, the James and the Giant Peach. Excellent, full orchestra, well, not full, orchestra pit in the pit, really, really, really good. Was on the Jeff Scholarship Squad, getting to hand those big checks to some of the kiddos that are our seniors that are moving on. Went to some of the softball playoff games, went to the groundbreaking, went to the Jecca College signing, and that's when I quit. So I've been busy, and I love it. I
That's
love
when
being
you quit
able to.
making the list,
That's
not
when I quit making the list, not when I quit attending things. But I really love going to things where we celebrate the accomplishments of our students, and where I can tell the staff, thank you for all their hard work. All of that is very important to me.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
I did not make a list, so I will just remember the things that have happened most recently. So this week I attended the Circle of Excellence and it was the academic, yes, thank you, the academic athletic banquet, and both of those were really great events to see our students shine. And it was interesting to see how much overlap there was between the students in those two groups. Yeah, and I look forward to seeing them at graduations next week.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Eaton?
I did not make a list either, but I have been eating well, and I really enjoyed the Circle of Excellence dinner. That cannot say enough about that Wagner Jazz Band. I mean, those we need to have them make a CD or something, because they were phenomenal. Have SLI coming up. I don't know who else is going, but yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Ms. King?
I will be attending the SLI conference in June, and also can't wait to attend these graduations.
Thank you. And Ms. Ryan, even though you were not sworn in until today, I know you've been busy, so tell me a little bit about where you've been.
So I'll limit mine to the last week then, and I'll skip all the other things. I was at most of their things. But I also got to go to the Special Olympics athletic banquet, and so that was awesome. There were a lot of medals jangling around, and we've seen them in front of the board getting recognized so many times. So that was a happy group of kids and parents. So that was great to attend with Dr. Fields and Ms. Stanford. I attended the Were the Mokes bilingual showcase this morning, which was awesome. All their dual language and bilingual immersion programs. Each of the grades put on their little, songs and dances. What was actually going on tonight at Wortham, I got to sneak into the school performance of it, so I did not miss that. And I went to Millers Point's field day today, and Mr. Ellis will never use water again, I think. Was the lesson learned from that one, but lesson learned. But I helped a kid find his shoes, so we're going to call it a success. And then tomorrow I'm going to go to the Veterans Memorial Senior Signing Day. So, let's get these kids headed off into the next chapter. So, and I have tons of other stuff coming up, but that's the big stuff.
Thank you. And the same applies to you, Ms. Stanford?
Right, went to the Circle of Excellence, echo that on the Wagner Band, they were amazing, they had some They had some soloists that were amazing, a vocalist as well, and went to the Special Olympics banquet. And there's one student that wears all his medals to school every day. He's so proud of them. And it was it was fun to see their excitement. And of course, we had orientation. You forgot to mention orientation. We went through 4 hours. Right, with Dr. Fields, thank you so much, and many of the cabinet as well helped us out there. Thank you so much. And then SLI is coming up, and graduation this Friday, tomorrow. Oh, and I went to Elof today, and Judson High School today, and J-Care. I visited J-Care today as well.
Well, thank you. I had the distinction of being made an honorary FFA member with Ms. Canoyer, which was really cool. Yes, I went home very happily and told my daughter, and she said, "Do they know you don't know how to do anything with FFA?" I said, "It's honorary." thing. But it was really, yes, very humbling. I've obviously attended a number of these events, but I think the thing I'd like to share today would be that I had an opportunity to visit all of the campuses across the district last week. I took 2 days off from my schedule to visit every campus just to say thank you to our teachers. And it was extremely great to connect. So that's it. So at this point, the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, to include the Wagner High School principal, Salinas Elementary School principal, and the CFO, Chief Financial Officer. Also, letter B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, deliberation regarding security devices and our security audits. And letter C, pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to the compensation plan. And then letter D, pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with legal counsel regarding issues related to the state allotment monitoring program. And the time is now 9:28. We're going into closed session.
Did he
Russ is ready when you are. We got the thumbs up.
The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 10:52 p.m. No final action or decision or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. Action items from the closed session agenda. We'll start off with consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments.
I move that we approve the personnel report as discussed in closed session.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it is passed. And so we took no action regarding the compensation plan. So the action's already, yeah, I know, no additional action. And Dr. Fields, do you want to say anything for the record?
Only that, welcome to the new board members. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate the board giving us an opportunity to complete the compensation part of the budget process. And we will definitely look if there's anything else that we can provide to the employees and make sure that they're compensated. So thank you guys so much. We appreciate that.
Okay. There being no further business, the meeting is now adjourned at 10:53.